Want to build your own AI career coach like a pro? In this video, we will create a full stack Next.js React web app that acts as your AI career coach agent. Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji. Today you will learn how to integrate powerful AI tool like career question answer chat agent to answer any career question with a real-time AI agent. Then AI resume analyzer agent to get instant feedback and suggestion on your resume along with the detailed report. Then the agent which will help us to generate the career roadmap, which is personalized career path planning in a second. We'll combine the modern framework like Next.js, React, Tailwind CSS, Clerk, Inngest, and most important, the Neon database, along with an AI API to build fully functional, smart, and sleek web app from the scratch. Let me walk through the application first, and then we'll start building this application completely from the scratch. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen, and with the help of Next.js boilerplate, we are going to implement this complete application in which you will find a different tech stacks included in that boilerplate. Then simply with the help of Gmail and email password authentication, you can simply log in to your app. Once you land on the dashboard, you will see this all the available AI tools where you will find an AI career question answer chart agent, AI resume analyzer agent, or even career roadmap generator agent and cover letter generator agent. On the left hand side, you will find the sidebar with a quick access to some of the feature like AI tools, my history, billing, profile. Under the billing, you will find that we added the subscription model because this is a SaaS application, and obviously for the free user we have certain features only available, but for the paid and subscribed user can access all the feature inside our app. That also you can learn how to do it in this particular course. Now let's consider that you want to use an question answer agent. Simply click ask now, and then you will land on this beautiful live chat session page. You can simply ask whatever the question you have. Let's say how to become full stack React developer, and simply just send this, and within a few seconds it will give you the answer. With the help of the ingest, you will find all of this AI agent. We build it, and each AI agent will find how to which input you provide, which output you provide through this ingest server. And with the help of ingest agent kit, we're gonna add all these career coach agent into our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful structure output for you with all the details for your questions. And then here you can start chatting in a real time. How cool, right? Not only that, but if you have a resume and you want to analyze your resume, just upload your resume, and once you upload your resume, with the help of our AI resume analyzer, it will start analyzing your resume and give you the complete report. And once the report is generated, you will redirect it to this AI resume analyzer page where you will find an overall score for your resume. What are for each section you will find the how much percentage and how strong it is, right, with all the details, with all the tips. Here you have option to improve your tips, then what are the good inside this particular resume and what you need to implement. All the details you will find in this particular resume analyzer agent. This agent will help you to improve your resume. Next, we have the career roadmap generator. Let's say you want to learn what are the different tech stack you want to learn in order to become a developer or in any different position. Let's say you want to become full stack React developer. Just search it and then simply click generate, and it will give you the complete roadmap in a node and edge format. With the help of React Flow, we added this roadmap and we are displaying that roadmap in a tree like structure. And boom, if you see the complete description, the duration, and here we added this beautiful tree like structure. How cool, right? And here you will find all the details what you want to learn after each of the section and each of the topic, and complete roadmap we generated with the help of our AI career agent, and that also you want to learn how to generate it, how to display in this format, and everything you want to learn in this particular course without missing any small topics. I'm going to cover everything for you guys. Then anytime you want to access your data, just go to the My History tab, and here just click on your whatever the last agent you talk, and then you will find all the details back. Because with the help of Neon, we are going to use the PostgreSQL database into our application as a backend, and hence we're going to store all our data to this Neon PostgreSQL database. Then with the help of Clerk billing, we are going to add a subscription billing with the help of Clerk and the Strapi integration, where you don't need to do anything. Within just one line of code, you can add this subscription model. If you see, I'm going to tell you how easily you can add it. Not only that, but within the app you can make a payment. You can even go to this profile section and you can see this billing profile. You can deactivate it, unsubscribe any time. You can even update the payment method, and everything is included inside this Clerk billing feature, which is recently introduced by the Clerk. So guys, this complete application, which is AI career coach agent, which we are going to build completely from the scratch, and this is the full stack SaaS application. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this application. If you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press like button, and don't forget to press notification bell icon. Also, if you want to access my all the source code and the exclusive courses, simply go to the tubguruji.com, join the membership, and get access to all of my source code. In order to build the UI UX mockup with the help of AI for free, simply go to the uiuxmock.com, and then you can generate a real-time mockup for your web and mobile application. So let's begin for a chapter 1. Now it's time to create a Next.js application, and for that one we are going to use a Next.js boilerplate. This is the fast Next.js version 2 boilerplate, which include the Next.js latest 15 version app. Then you also have the landing screen for your application, which you can obviously modify it. Then it also included the Clerk authentication, Magic Link password authentication, and Google Facebook authentication, everything included as a package with the Clerk authentication. Then we have the ShatCN Tailwind CSS based UI library, which can help us to develop our application much more faster, which include the different UI components and many more. Also, for the database, we are going to have the Neon PostgreSQL database, which is also available inside this boilerplate. Then this boilerplate application contains a beautiful dashboard, which is already there, so you don't need to implement or integrate manually. Then with the help of Drizzle ORM, we are going to connect our application with our database that is also integrated with this boilerplate. And obviously we have the Tailwind CSS version and the Stripe subscription pricing as well. Everything is included in this particular fast Next.js version 2 boilerplate application, and it's very easy to use it. Simply go to this site. I will also put the link in the description. Then click on Get It Now. You will redirect it to the GitHub library. Then simply copy this HTTP URL, or you can even download the zip file. Don't forget to give the stars. Okay, so make sure to add and just mark it as a star. Okay, then go back to folder where you want to add this project. So I will open a new terminal, add that folder, and simply over here I will say git clone and paste this HTTPS URL of the repo, and boom, your project is cloned to your local. Perfect. Now I will close this and simply open a VS Code, open a folder where you just clone this project. So in my case it is inside the project, Next.js project, and this is fast Next.js version 2 project. You can even rename this project obviously anytime, and boom, if you see, we have all the files and folders which is required for this particular project. Now, before running this application, this is very important to create a .env file. If you see, we have this .env.example. Okay, simply copy all of this variable name, and we'll create a new .env file and simply paste this code. Now, very first thing that we need to provide is a neon database connection string. Okay, and if you don't know how to get that one, just follow this tutorial. So simply go to the neon.tech, which is one of the best PostgreSQL database provider in the market. The most important is free to use and very easy to use as well. You can create as much as database tables you want with this neon PostgreSQL database. So click the link in the description and then you will jump onto this screen. Then if you don't have account, create a new account. Once you log in, you will jump onto this dashboard where you have option to create a new project. I already have a project created, so I will open the existing project. Then you will land on this project dashboard. Here you will find all the details about the monitoring, how much data or storage is filled, the compute power, and all of this information you can find it. Now, in order to create a new database, simply click connect. After this, make sure to keep this setting as it is, but over here you will find an option called create new database. Just click on it and give the database name and select it. Now I already created the database, so I will open this AI career coach agent. Okay, and here we will find the connection string. Now you obviously have different option over here, see. Okay, now simply copy this connection string and I will put it inside our .env file. As simple as that. Boom. And now your application is connected to a neon database PostgreSQL DB, right? Next thing, we need to generate this Clerk publisher key and the secret key, which is required for the authentication for Google, Facebook, email password, or magic link authentication. Okay, so now head back to the Clerk authentication. Okay, then if you don't know about the Clerk, then Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider, and they recently launched the Clerk billing, which provide the Stripe subscription pricing model, and you can just easily integrate within just one line, and that also we are going to learn in this particular video. So for now, simply go to the Clerk, sign in to this Clerk authentication, and once you jump over here, you will have option to create a new application. Now give the application name. So in this case, we'll say AI career coach agent. Then you have option to enable different sign-in providers like email, phone number, username, Google, Facebook, Apple, and there are a bunch of others. You can enable any of them which you want. For example, let's say you want email and Facebook, see, like this. Over here on the right hand side, you will see the actual preview of the login component. Okay, once we integrate this Clerk authentication component into our application. Once you are selected all the required provider, simply click create application, and boom, you will redirect it to this document dashboard where you will see some installation step. Now obviously we don't need this installation step because this boilerplate include everything, so you don't need to worry about that. Now simply you need to copy this environment variables. So I will copy this both the variables, go back to your application, and then I will paste it here. See, okay. Now obviously this is the development test environment variable, but at the end of this course you're gonna learn how can we move this development Clerk application to a production instance. That also we are going to learn, so don't worry. But right now, that's all we need to do. Now, let's go back to our application. Now, it's time to run this application. Now, in order to run this, simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, and it will open a terminal inside your VS Code only. And then here, you need to install the dependency first, because inside the package.json, we have some already some dependency installed, see, okay, which include the name of your application. Now obviously we can change this to AI career coach agent app. Then you can update the version. These are the script to run your application and some dependency. Now first we will install the dependency by using this npm install command, and then it will install all these dependency mentioned inside this package.json. Also let me walk through this all the folders and file quickly. Now inside the app folder is about this boilerplate which contain the underscore component folder which has the application header and application sidebar. Okay, then we have authentication group folder which contains sign in and sign up screen. Then we have the routes page which contain the dashboard page, okay, and also which has their own layout.tsx file and provider.tsx file, as this application is based on TypeScript. Okay, so if you are new to the TypeScript, don't worry, because which is quite similar to the JavaScript as well. Then we have API endpoint in order to save the user information directly to our Neon PostgreSQL database once the user is sign in or sign up to our application. Next, we have the component folder which contain the shared CN UI components. Then we have config folder which contain the database connection with the PostgreSQL and the schema for the user table. Whenever you want to add any new table, we're gonna write a schema for it, and then once the schema is written, then we're gonna push that schema and then it will update to our Neon PostgreSQL database. Now if you are new, so don't worry, because this is just a boilerplate, and on the top of it we are going to implement our complete application. Then we have context folder which hold the authentication context, the hook folder which is just for the sidebar purpose. Okay, then we have the public folder which contain all the images which you want to use from your local application, and obviously we added the .env file just now. Then we have this drizzle.config.ts file which help us to make a connection with the Neon PostgreSQL database and with the Drizzle ORM. Then we have middleware.tsx file which contain which route we want to make it public and which route we want to protect it with the help of Clerk authentication. And then we have package and tailwind.config.ts file. Now we are using the Tailwind CSS version 3. Okay, so make sure that we are using the Tailwind CSS version 3 for this particular project, and that's all we have about all the files and folder. Now once the dependency is installed, simply run your application by using command npm run dev, and if you see, now it opened the port 3000 on localhost. So we'll open in a new browser, and boom, this is our simple clean landing screen for your application. Obviously you have option to make the change and everything. Obviously we are going to update our landing screen at the end of this particular course, because once we build the application, we are going to deploy our application on the cloud, and then we are going to update our landing screen as well. Now on the click of get started, okay, you will see we will redirect it to this beautiful sign in page where we have this predefined UI component. Okay, now you have option to sign in with the Google or email password. You can even sign up with the email password or Google authentication. Now I will select Google. It will ask me to choose an account, and once you sign in or sign up successfully, you will redirect it to this dashboard screen. Now if you see this route called localhost 3000/dashboard, on the left hand side we have this beautiful sidebar, and here we have the dedicated toggle for it. How cool, right? Now obviously you have option to modify this one. These are some basic option added, but we are going to update this sidebar option as well, and then from here we are going to implement our application completely from the scratch. So guys, if you face any issue in order to run this boilerplate, let me know in the comment section, or you can connect me on our Discord channel. The link is in the description. About this boilerplate, you will find the link in the description as well, and all the services like Clerk authentication, Neon database. Make sure to click the link in the description to jump on the specific site and the documentation as well. Now it's time to update our sidebar, where if you see inside this Figma design, we have this logo at the top and then some option. Obviously we are going to add icon for each of them. On the workspace or home page on the right hand side, we are going to show this welcome banner, then the available tools like AI career question answer chart, AI resume analyzer, building the roadmap, and many others AI tool which we are going to add. And then at the bottom, user can access quickly the previous history. Obviously we are going to implement one by one. So first let's update this sidebar. So we'll go back to our application and this is our default sidebar. So I already added this logo.png file. Obviously I'm going to share this all the assets with you for free. Okay, then in order to update this logo, simply we'll go to this app. Under the app we have this underscore component and inside that we have this app sidebar. Over here we're gonna update this to logo.png as we are using this image from our local public folder. So you don't need to provide a complete path. Next.js will understand that you are trying to access these assets from the public folder. Then we don't need height full, and let's save this one. I will change this height to 70 and boom, if you see, our logo is now ready. Over here we'll say build awesome skills. Okay, over here we'll add margin top to 3 and then for this one we'll add margin top to 2 only. Perfect. Okay, on the left hand side if you see, we have this option that we are going to update as per our Figma design. So we have the workspace, AI tool, and many other options. So at the top you will see this option. So first we'll say workspace, AI tools, history, or we'll say my history, then billing, and then the last is profile. Okay, then for each of them you will see there is an icon related to it and the URL or path for that particular page. Right now all of this icon is importing from the Lucid React. If you don't know what is Lucid React, simply go to this Lucid React and then this is the icon library, okay, which is very powerful and they are very easy to use. You can explore more icons over here. See, okay, now if you want to search for the, let's say, workspace, okay, you will see you can just search like this and you can find some beautiful icons from here. Now let's say I selected this layer icon, and obviously if you want to update you can just type as layers and you will get this suggestion. See, okay, now in this case if you see this is importing from the Lucid React. Just click enter and then the layers icon now get inserted. If I save this one, you will see this icon is reflecting on our UI as well. Okay, then for AI tool I will keep as it is. For my history I will keep this calendar only. For a billing I will update this to wallet, and for profile here we'll say user circle icon. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our sidebar is ready. Let's implement the dashboard or workspace screen, where we want to show on the right hand side with this welcome banner, then the available AI tools and the section for the previous history. Now each of these particular section we are going to divide into a small components, and then we are going to put these all the small components into one single screen. Okay, so it will be easy for us to handle and implement. So first thing, let's go back, and inside these routes we have this dashboard screen. Under this dashboard we are going to create another folder called underscore components. Now all the components related to this dashboard we're gonna keep inside this underscore component folder. Now when we give the name underscore component, then Next.js will not consider this as a routes. Inside this we'll say welcome banner.tsx. Now add a default template and then save it. Now once we have this welcome banner component inside the page.tsx, I'm going to import it. So over here we'll say welcome banner and save it. Now if I go back to our app, here you will see the text called welcome banner. It means our component is displaying. Perfect. Now let's go over here and inside the h2 tag we want to add a text. So from the Figma I will just copy this text and then simply gonna paste it here. Same thing inside the p tag, I'm gonna copy this and then over here I will paste it. So I'm going to share this Figma design with you as well, so you can get access to this one. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a font bold, text is of 2XL, and also okay, let's save it first, and this is how it will look like. Obviously for this div I'm going to add some padding, then we'll add a background gradient to say to right. Okay, now when you want to add a gradient, Tailwind CSS classes is quite helpful and it's quite easy as well. Over here if you want to get the exact color from the Figma, you can select this particular section, then over here you will see the 0, 54% and 100 means we need to give this color code. So over here we'll say from, okay, and then you need to provide this hex code if you want to provide in a your own custom code. So make sure you need to provide in a square bracket. Now another thing, we need to provide a middle color, so we'll say via, and the middle color you can also get it from this Figma, which is this one. Again we are going to provide a custom color code, and then the last color which is 2, which is this one, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back, say this is how it will look like. Here you can change this to gradient to right, left, and this is how it will look like. Obviously I'm going to change this color to text white, and over here as well we'll make text is of white color. Okay, then below that we want to show a button, so over here I'm going to add a button component, and obviously this is importing from the Shatsion. Here we'll just say let's get started. Okay, now this button is in the blue color. You can add a variant as outline. Okay, and boom, also we'll give margin top to 5. Then you can make this corner to be rounded. So for this div we'll make rounded, so let's say large. I will make it XL. Perfect, and that's how our welcome banner is ready. Obviously you can add more content into this one. Okay, now next thing is we want to show an available AI tools. Now to this available AI tools we have these icons, then we have this tool name, some small description, and then at the last we have the button with a button name. Okay, so for that one obviously you're gonna create a component first called AI tools. So inside these components we'll say AI tools dot tsx, then add a default template. Now make sure to import this AI tools. So over here we'll say AI tools, then inside this AI tools we'll give a margin top to 7. Now let's display this available AI tools as we already created these components, and make sure to add this all of the detail first. So from this Figma I'm going to copy this text. Over here we'll say h2 tag with the text available AI tools, then the subheading or subtitle we can say in a p tag, Then for this h2 tag we'll say font bold, text larger, and for the p tag let's keep as it is. Perfect. Now obviously I'm going to add some border, so over here we'll say padding to 5, background white, and we'll make a border, we'll make a rounded Excel. Perfect. Okay, then if you see this mockup, we have this all the cards, right? Each of the card has the icon, the name of the AI tools, the description, and button with the button name. Okay, so we'll create a list first. So over here we'll say constant AI tools list. Then inside that we need to provide a name of the tool, then the description, then icon, and after that we also want to show the button name. Okay, and then the route, or we can say the path. Okay, so on the click of that one, with which page user want to redirect it. Now for the tool name, right, we'll copy one by one. So this is the AI career question answer chart. Then we have the AI resume analyzer. Okay, so first we'll add a description over here. Now for the icon, I already added some icon inside this public folder. If you see, we have this chatbot.png, cover image, and all of this, right? Obviously you can get it from the source code, as well as I'm going to provide these assets with you. Over here we'll say chatbot.png. Then for the button we'll say let's chat, and for a path we'll say AI chart, and then save it. So similar way you have to add for all of this. So I will pause the video and I will add for remaining one. Now here I added a remaining AI tool list. Okay, now it's time to display it. So over here I will add a div, and now we want to iterate this. So we'll say AI tool list dot map. Here we'll say tools comma index and the arrow function. Inside this you can add a div. Now we have two options. Either you can create the card directly inside the same component, or you can create different component for this card. So we'll create a different component. So under this underscore component we'll create AI tool card dot tsx file. We'll add a default template for it, and then over here we'll simply add this AI tools. Now obviously we want to pass a tool name as a tools, or we can say tool only, something like this. Now inside the AI tool, make sure to accept it here as a tool. Okay, now here you need to provide not here, my bad. So this need to be an AI tool card component, and inside that we need to pass a tool. Also we'll pass key as an index, and then if I go to this AI tool card, make sure to accept it as a tool. Now here you need to provide a type for this tool, because we are using a TypeScript. Now here you just need to define interface. We'll say tool, and inside that you need to provide a type. I will just rename this. Okay, now type will be the name, description, and everything. So I will just copy this, we'll paste it here, and now for each of them you need to provide the type. So obviously the description is of type string, icon, again everything is a type string. So we'll provide like this, and then you can provide the type as a tool, and remove this one. Perfect. Now over here the first we need to show an icon. So we'll use an image tag from the next/image, and inside the source we'll provide a tool dot icon. Then width, let's say 50, the height we'll say 50, and then we'll give the alt tag. For the alt tag I will give the tool dot name, and then save it. So inside this AI tools, obviously you need to provide a type over here as well, because currently the tool is of type nothing. Either you can provide an any, okay. Also over here we cannot define directly this tool, so over here we'll say type, we can say AI tool props is equal to tool as tool, and this AI tool props we can define over here, and then we will destructure this. Oh, so over here need to be a tool because that's what we are accepting, okay, and then save it. And once if you save, you will see this icon. Perfect. Now let's go back, and then after this image, below that we want to show heading tag with a tool dot name, okay. And if I refresh it, I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, now it's showing. Perfect. Then we want to show a description as well, and then button. So we'll say tool dot description, and then the last we have the button component. Here we'll say tool dot button. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So obviously inside this AI tool, for this div I will mark this as a grid. We'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen we'll say grid column 2. On large we'll say grid column 3, and for extra large we'll say grid column 4. Then we'll give gap to 5 as well. Now you will see it is everything in one line. Now let's go to this AI tool card. Over here I will change this width to, let's say, 40. Then for this h2 tag we'll say font medium. Over here we'll say text gray, so little lighter. And for this button we'll say width to be full, margin top to 3. Perfect. Now for this div we'll add a class name. First we'll add some padding, then we'll add a border, and we'll make a rounded, let's say, large. Then we'll give some margin, not here, but we can give these AI tools with a margin top to, let's say, 4, some space between this section. Perfect. And that's how our AI tool list is ready. Now also make sure inside this AI tool there is some gap, so we'll say margin top to 2 between this image and these tools. And I will also make font bold. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. Obviously on the click of it we want to navigate to their respective screen, okay. So either you can wrap this button inside the link tag with an h reference, okay, and then over here we'll simply say tool dot path, okay. So if I click on it, obviously we don't have any route yet, but once you click on it, it will redirect it to that respective routes as well. Then after this, the next part is this to show the previous history, okay. Now if user don't have a history, then we are going to show this empty state. So let's go back and implement that. So inside this underscore component folder we'll say history.tsx and make sure that with an H capital, then add a default template, and inside the page.tsx I will add this history page or history component. Over here we'll add margin top to 5. Then we want to add this previous history text as it is. So inside the h2 tag we'll add this text. Over here we'll add a font bold, text larger, and then the description for it. Let's keep for now as it is. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. Similar like this available AI tools, I am going to add some padding. Then we'll add a border and we'll make rounded Excel. Perfect. Now, as I told you that if user don't have history, we want to show this empty state. So first we'll define a state called user history, comma set user history is equal to use state, as initially it will be empty. Okay. Then over here we'll check if history dot length is equal to 0, then because I am adding an, okay, let's add a question mark operator, or you can add an and operator as well for now, and then inside the div we can show this bulb icon. So this bulb icon is already there in my public folder, so I'm going to add an image tag with a source and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say slash bulb.png, then in alt tag we'll say bulb, then we want to give width, let's say 50, and height to 50. If I go over here just to verify that bulb is showing, right now as we are using the use state, then we have to mark this component on the client side, as React hook cannot work on the server side. So we'll mark this as a use client. Okay, and somehow the bulb is not showing because maybe the name is different or what. So here the icon name is idea, so I will just change this to idea. Oh, this need to be an user history, so that's why it was not showing. See, now it's showing. Then after this we'll add an h2 tag, and inside that we'll say a text called you do not have any history, and then everything we want in the center of the screen. So something like this, and obviously we'll make flex column, margin top to 6. Perfect. If you want, you can add a button as well, and here we'll say explore AI tools. With the margin top to 5. Okay, so that's how you need to create this home screen, where we added the welcome banner, then we added this available AI tools with an all the list which we need, and we are going to implement in this particular course video, and then we have the previous history. Currently we don't have, that's why we are showing it as empty. Now before implementing any of this AI tool, we need to add a billing section, as this is a SaaS application and we want to add a subscription model to our application. Now obviously before using any of this AI tools inside our application will check if user is subscribed to any of our plan or not, and depends on that one we are going to give access to this AI tools. And in order to add this billing subscription pricing option, we are going to use a Clerk billing. Clerk recently introduced a subscription billing features where you can easily add the subscription billing to your application within just one line of code. And if you see how this works, everything is predefined, you don't need to add even the UI. With the help of Clerk component, it will easily add it, and it directly connected to the Stripe payment gateway, which is quite and worldwide used Stripe payment gateway. Okay, and in this particular chapter I'm going to tell you how easily we can integrate it. So click the link in the description so that you will jump onto the specific documentation page. Also, once you are on the dashboard Clerk, okay, make sure you selected the correct project, because we just created the Clerk key for that one, right? Here you will see a brand new section called subscription. Just click on it, click get started, and inside here you have option to create a plan. Right now we don't have any plan, so just click on create plan, and then obviously here we have the default plan, which is a free plan. Okay, now you have option to add another plan. Just give the plan name whichever you want. So for example, here we'll say month pro only. Okay, then you can add a description if you want. Okay, and after that you can mention the price for your plan. So we'll say $9 per month. Then you can mention the annual discount or monthly base fee. So let's say annually you can provide it just for a $99, or so it's monthly, so we can say, let's say $7. Okay, if user is buying annually. Then you can add the list of features over here. Okay, so for example, we can say unlimited question answer, question answer chart. Then I will create this feature, I will add another feature, and you can obviously reuse this feature in your different plan as well. So I'm going to add it. Okay, so I will pause the video and I will add few more features. Now here I added some features. Obviously you have option to move this feature up and down, and once everything is done you can just simply click save. Okay, next if I go back, so if I go to this plan section, you will see a brand new plan which we just created called Pro plan. Now if you want to add one more plan, let's say premium, and in this case you can mention the pricing as well. For that you can provide the annual discount, and then you can add the feature. So in this case you can select all the existing created features, and along with that one you can add new feature as well. So in this case I will say unlimited cover letter generator, and click create feature. Now obviously I will remove this one, and you have option to move this along as well, something like this. See, perfect, and simply click save, and that's how your another plan is also ready. Okay, once this is ready, obviously you can even read this billing guide how to integrate it. Okay, make sure to select this B2C SaaS application, as this is the business to customer SaaS application. And if you see, with the help of this pricing table component, you can easily display all this pricing model, and this is how you can access whether the user have access to certain plans or not. Also here you have option to enable the billing. Okay, or anytime you can go to the setting and make sure this is enabled. Right now it's showing the button disable because billing is already enabled for this one. As we are on the development mode, so it will use the dummy details for your billing, but you can even connect to the Stripe account as well in the development mode. Okay, it's up to you. Now for the guide, click the link in the description. You will jump onto this billing guide, and here first important things that you need to do is to add this pricing table component. So I will go back to our application, and inside this we want to create a brand new route called billing. Inside this routes / billing, then we'll create a page.tsx file, add a default template, and I will just rename this to billing and then save it. Inside this we'll add an h2 tag. Here I will just add choose your plan, and here I will add select a subscription bundle to get all AI tools access. Now we'll add a font bold, text is of 3XL, and here we'll add a class name text large. Now if I go back to our application and then make sure to click on billing, you will redirect it to this billing page. See, now you can make this in the center of the screen. So simply I will add text to be in the center, and here as well I will say text to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, now let's display this all the pricing model. So I'm going to add a pricing table component from the Clerk Next.js, see, something like this, and then save it. and boom, see the pricing model is showing on the screen without writing a more than one line of code, because only with the help of this pricing table Clerk Next.js component we are able to show all this particular model, and whatever the features we added you will see these features as well. How cool, right? So that's how easily you can add. Obviously you have option to customize these buttons, the color combination, everything. Okay, right now I will just give margin top to 6. Okay, perfect. So guys, that's how easily you can add it. Currently if you see, you're on the free plan, right? But if you want to subscribe any of this model, let's say you want to subscribe to this model, we'll say subscribe. On the right hand side inside your application only, you can able to make a payment by entering the card details and everything. As we are on the development mode, you can just test it by using this pay with the test card, and once you click on it, done, your payment was successful. And if I click continue, obviously it's redirecting to the home screen, but you can update that and then you will see now your current plan is this pro active plan. Perfect, right? So that's how easily you can update it and you can add the pricing table. Anytime you can switch to any of this plan as well. Now inside the Clerk you can even track all your subscription, and here if I refresh the screen you will see the revenue, because we just make a payment for yearly plan, and here you can see the total amount, who paid it, the user's information and all the details inside your Clerk dashboard only. So that's how easily guys the Clerk made this pricing model or implementing this pricing into your SaaS app much easier, right? Now the question is how you can manage this pricing, and that will be very easy. We are going to add a new screen inside the profile. So what we can do, let's create a new route under this routes, and we can call it as a profile. Under that we'll create a page.tsx file, add a default templates. I will rename this component to profile, and inside this we'll use user profile component from the Next.js. Okay, and then save it. Now once you save, let's go back and I will go to this profile section, and boom, you will see the Clerk build component called user profile is displaying on the screen, and here you will see a brand new option called billing. Inside that you will see your current active subscription, okay, your payment method. Obviously you have option to add a new payment method as well. If you want to change, you can see your invoice statement, and if you want to cancel your subscription, you have option to cancel this subscription as well. How cool, right? You can manage directly through this profile section. So that's how you need to implement. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt regarding this billing, then let me know in the comment section. Currently our user is under this pro plan. Now next we're gonna see how can we check whether the user is has access to that particular plan or not, and this is how you can use it or check it. Okay, obviously it's quite easy, just in 2 lines you can get or check whether the user have specific plan access or not. It's time to add an first AI tool, which is AI career question answer chat, where user can ask a question to our AI career agent, which is trained for it. Obviously this is the similar like a chat GPT or Gemini chat UI, where user can type a question. After clicking send button, it will send it to your LLM model, and then it will return answer and it will display for you. It's a two-way communication, okay, by just typing it and getting the answer back. So it's very straightforward, and if you see this mockup, this is how we are going to add. Obviously this is the empty state which you are seeing on the screen, okay, where user can simply select any of these available option and then you can get started, or user can type here to get start or to learn from it, okay, or to ask question directly to the AI LLM model. So let's go back to our application, and inside the routes, I'm going to create a new route. Obviously this is a nested route, so here I will say AI tools, and inside the AI tools we create another route. We can call it as a AI QA chart, or you can say AI chart, and then we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default templates. Here we'll say AI chart and then save it. Now if you remember, inside this AI tool section we also added this path, right? Now over here I will going to update this, so we'll say /AI tools /AI chart. Okay, so we have to go to this AI tools and AI chart. That's where the AI career question answer chart will be available. Now if I go back to our application and click on ask now, and boom, if you see, it's redirected to this nested route called AI tools /AI charts. How cool, right? Perfect. Now next we need to add a UI for it, so let's go to this AI chart page.tsx file. Inside here we'll add an h2 tag, and if you see inside our, as per our mockup, it written this AI career question answer chart. So here we'll say AI career question answer chart, and you can even add some description. So if you can also check a Figma, okay, for it. So I already added the Figma design for it, so you can just use it. I will add font bold, text is of large, and if I go back, this is how it will look like. I think that's good. Then I will wrap this inside the div, and then I want to add a button as well, and we'll say new chart. Obviously again we need to wrap inside the div for it, so that we can bring button on the right hand side. So here we can make flex item to be in the center and then justify between. See this new chart button. Perfect. Now here we need to add a chart window. So at the bottom side, so over here we can add some empty state options and another div for the message list, and then another div for the input list, input field. So basically let's wrap this div inside a one div, something like this, and here we'll add a class name. We'll make flex column height, let's say 80 vertical height, then save it. Then over here for this div we need to add an input field. Okay, now this input field already available because inside the boilerplate this input field is there. So if it's not there, make sure to import whichever component you want to add. Inside the placeholder we'll say type here, and below that we can just add a button. Inside the button I want to add a send icon and then save it, something like this. Now let's bring this icon and the input field in one line. So for this one we can make it flex justify between item to be in the center and gap to 5 or 6, something like this, say. Okay, now bring this at the bottom. So now obviously this need to be bottom below to this message list. So for this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll make it flex 1. Okay, and once you make flex 1, if you see this input field is at the bottom and this particular space only for this message list. Over here you can change this to, let's say, 75 vertical height, so it will be a little bit top. Okay, another important thing, you can provide some padding, okay, from left and right, depends on the screen size. So for this top div only, so over here we'll add a class name. we'll give padding to 10, or we'll say padding x to 10 if the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size, we'll give padding x to 24. On large screen, we'll give padding x to 36, and on Excel we'll give padding x to, let's say, 48. And this is how it will look like. I think that's pretty good, right? Over here as well, I'm gonna add padding, a gap to 8, so some space, and here you can have option to chart. Next, once users start entering, obviously on the click of send, we need to send a message and we want to display it, but before that we want to show an empty state, something like this. So for that one, I'm going to create a component under this AI chart. So we'll create a folder first called underscore component, and all the related component to this AI chart will keep inside this underscore component folder. Here we'll say empty state dot tsx, add a default template, and then save it. Over here we'll add an s2 tag, and we'll say AI ask anything to AI career agent. So here we'll say ask anything to AI career agent, and then save it. Over here we'll add a font bold, text Excel, and obviously this particular empty state is not yet in the main component. So inside the page.jsx, over here we'll add this empty state component. See, let's give margin top. So over here margin top to 5. If I remove this p tag, that will be good because that's a long text. Okay, so either you can just remove this and we'll keep the short one, short text. I think that will be good. Perfect. Now obviously here we need to add some options. So inside the empty state we'll add a list of questions, or list of constant question list, and you can just ask a simple question straightforward. So similar like this one, if I go to this Figma, you can copy some of the questions, then this one, and so on. Over here we'll add a question list dot map question comma index, and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a s2 tag and then simply display these questions. Over here obviously you can add a padding. Then if I save this one, you will see this text. Obviously make sure to put it in the center of the screen. So we'll say text center. You can add a border, we'll make a rounded large, and then margin y to, let's say, 3. Perfect. Okay, so obviously a user can ask directly question by selecting any of these. You can add a hover effect as well. So on a hover you can change a border to, let's say, primary. I don't know which border. I think, yeah, that's pretty good. And make sure to change the cursor pointer as well. Perfect. Okay, now obviously once you click on this one, we have to send back the selected question to the parent component. Okay, so, and let me bring this down. We'll provide a key as an index, and then on click we'll say selected question, and we'll pass this question. On this select question I'm going to pass back, and I'm providing a type any. Over here from the page we have the empty state, and it will return the question, the selected question, right? So over here we'll provide a type string, and then we want to set it inside one state. So here we'll say user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and which is of type string, and here we'll set this user input as question. Now for this input value, we need to define a value as a user input, and we need to add on change event, so of type event, and whenever user types something, here we'll say event dot target dot value. Okay, as we are using the use state inside this page.tsx file, we need to mark this component on the client side. So mark this as a use client. If I click any of this one, you will see at the bottom it's get updated, and on the click of send, it will we need to send it to the AI model. Okay, perfect. So that's how you need to implement. Obviously, next we are going to create an agent to chart for the chart purpose. Okay, so that agent we are going to add now. Now after building this one, obviously we need to create an agent for AI career question answer chart. But along with this, we also need to create an agent for AI resume analyzer, career roadmap generator, cover letter generator, and many more. But the question is how to build this agent at one place. Now let's consider this particular workflow where you want to create a different agent for a career agent, question answer chart, resume analyzer, roadmap generator, cover letter, and many others. Obviously we want to bring as a one single function, and that's where we are going to use an ingest. With the help of ingest, we are going to build all of this AI agent, and ingest provide one of the best feature called AgentKit by Inngest. This AgentKit is a framework to build AI agent from a single model inference call to multi-agent system that uses a tool. AgentKit enables developer to build, test, and deploy reliable AI application at scale. Now obviously it's very easy to integrate, and in this particular course I am going to tell you how to set up the ingest and how to set up the AgentKit in order to create this AI agent. Now whenever you want to use any AI agent, you can call that ingest function, pass the agent name, and then everything ingest will take care of all the workflow for you. Now obviously once you call this AI agent with the help of different LLM model like ChatGPT, Gemini, Anthropic, and many others LLM model can be integrated with this AgentKit, and then you will get the answer. How cool it is, right? So that's why we are going to use ingest. Also ingest provide an functionality where you can run a long running API at background without affecting your application. So even though on Vercel you cannot run your API more than 50 seconds, that's where ingest play a very important role to run your API more than 5-10 minutes. It's up to you how much time you want. Also it has a inbuilt queuing functionality, cron jobs, scheduling, and many other features available inside the ingest. Now click the link in the description in order to jump to the ingest, and once you are on the ingest.com, here you will see all the features provided by the ingest. Now right now you don't need to sign up, okay, but when you want to deploy your application, then obviously I'm gonna tell you the complete production step as well. But before that, let's go to the documentation, click get started, and make sure to select the framework which is Next.js. Over here, first step is to install the ingest. So we'll copy this command, go back to your application, and inside the new tab we'll install the ingest for you. Now just follow this documentation step by step, and then you can easily run the ingest locally. Once you install the ingest, now it's time to run the ingest dev server on your local machine. So when you want to test ingest, you can run it locally completely for free, and obviously in production as well it's free to use. Now once you run this, you will see your application is running on the localhost 8288 port, or you can also open on this particular port, and if you see is running on your localhost 8288 port. Okay, now here we have all the functionality like monitoring your all the function run stream. You can see once your app is connected, you will see this application name, and whichever function you write, you will find this function over here. Right now obviously we need to follow some more step. Now next thing, we need to create an ingest client. Now simply we have to create an ingest folder, and inside that we create this client.ts file. So go to the root directory. Here we'll add ingest/client. Obviously it will automatically create a folder for us, and then it will create a file as well. Inside that we'll copy this line of code and we'll paste it here. Now here we simply define this ingest with the name of your or ID for your application. I will rename this to AI Career Coach Agent, then save it. After this, you need to create an API endpoint with the endpoint called ingest. So I will just copy this path, and inside the API folder we'll create a file. It automatically create the folder as well, and then we'll copy this example as it is. Okay, now whenever you create an ingest function, you just need to add it. Now don't worry if you don't know what is ingest function, so we are going to create in a moment. Now over here the fourth step is to create an ingest function. Now we'll inside this ingest folder we'll create a function.ts file. So simply go to this ingest folder, and inside this we'll create a function.ts file. Now you can keep all your function inside this function.ts. Now here we created this hello world function with the help of ingest.create function. Make sure to give the ID, the event name, and then inside this async you can write whatever the logic you want to add, and then simply return the result. Now in this case we are just making the function sleep for 1 second, and after 1 second it will return this hello message. Now once you save it, inside our ingest endpoint you need to add this function. So inside here we'll just simply say hello world, and if you see it's importing from the ingest/function. Once you save it, you can trigger this function from the local. Now if I refresh this app, go to the apps and make sure it will sync it. If it's not syncing, it means it's not able to find an API endpoint. That's because we are using the middleware file, and inside the middleware we are not, means all the routes are a protected route except these three which we are mentioned. So over here we'll provide that API/ingest, and we are telling to the middleware that this is a public route, so make sure you don't need an authentication for that. Once you add this, just refresh it, and then in a moment it will sync your application, and boom, if you see, application gets synced now perfectly fine, and this is the API endpoint is trying to access it. Now under the function you will see the hello world function as well. Now if I try to invoke, over here you can provide an email, and we'll say tubeguruji@gmail.com, and then let's say invoke function. As soon as you invoke, you will see it was running at the initial, and after 1 second it's return the message with a hello and email ID. Over here you will see it wait for 1 second, and that's how you can keep track of your all the function run, all the logic, when it gets started, when it's ended, how much duration it takes, and all each small detail you will find inside this ingest. Now this is a very simple example about how to create a function and how to run it, but we want to create an agent. So in order to create this agent, simply go to this ingest. Now I will go to this home page and just wanted to show how you can find all the details. So go to the product or click the link in the description. Over here click AI agents. Now here you will find all the features available for you. Now I will click on this get started, where you will jump onto this AgentKit by Inngest. This is the brand new feature added by this ingest. Now simply you can explore this document that how to create an agent. If you see in this example, they created multiple agent called navigator, for example. Also you can add the tools. That is a quite interesting. If you want to know how to create an agent which actually uses the tool, let me know in the comment section. Then you created the classifier agent, summarizer, and many more. Also, now once you create all of this agent, you can put this agent inside the network, where you can create a network and put all the agent, and automatically ingest will select the correct agent depends on your query or depends on your input, and that's how ingest will work. Now simply click on the quick start. Over here, first thing you need to install the AgentKit. So inside the terminal, inside the new terminal, I will install the ingest kit. Now once you install, here you have option to create a new agent. Now next thing, if you see, this is the example that how you can create an agent. Okay, obviously you have to provide some API LLM model name and the API key as well, but I'm going to tell you the easiest way to do that. So simply I will go to the ingest function. Obviously we don't need this hello world, but that's fine. Over here we'll create export constant AI career chart agent is equal to create agent. Now make sure to import this AgentKit import statement so that you can use the create agent method, and inside this you need to provide a name of the agent. Okay, so we'll say AI career chart agent. Then you can provide the description for which you want to use this agent. So we'll say an AI agent that answers career related question. After this, we want to provide a system. Okay, now this system prompt is very helpful because that's where you can define what this agent can do. Okay, so I already copied that and I will paste it here. I will also put this in inside our eraser doc. Okay, so you can access it, and here I added this system prompt as well. After this, you can add which model you want to provide. Okay, this is optional, but obviously if you are using network, then you have to add in that one. If you are not using the network agent, then you have to add this model over here. So we'll add OpenAI from the ingest, or make sure to import it from this AgentKit, and inside this you can add whichever model you want to use. So we'll say a model. Here give the model name and then the API key, where you want to provide an API key as well. Now in order to generate or get the free API, you can go to the Gemini Studio. Okay, through the Gemini Studio you can generate a free API key along with the whichever model you want to use. You can get that one, or you can use a ChatGPT OpenAI model. Now once you are on the Google AI Studio, click on the get API key. If you see, you will find a bunch of if you don't have any key, make sure to create one, or you can use the one which is existing one. Once you copy this key, I will go back and I will paste it inside the .env file. So here I will rename it as a Gemini API key is equal to, and I just pasted that key, and over here we'll use as a process.env.Gemini API key. And for a model, so I will go back, and if you click on the model which you want to use, just select this model. So let's say you want to use light because that's quite cheaper, or I think there are other model which are also quite cheaper, and click on this code icon where you will find the model name. See, whichever model you select, you can get it from this code and simply paste it here. That's how you can do it. Okay, once you add this OpenAI with an API key and the model name, your agent is ready to use. Similar way you can create an resume analyzer agent other kind of different agent as well. Now, in order to call this agent, you need to write an ingest function, and that's quite easy. So here we'll say export constant AI career chart I will say AI career agent only is equal to ingest dot create function, and inside this create function you need to provide an ID. Now give the unique name, so here we say AI career agent, and if you see the similar way that hello we added this hello world function, same way we have to implement here as well. Then you need to provide an event name, so I will give the same name just to avoid a mistake, and then in async we'll add event comma step and then arrow function. Over here we'll get the user input which you want to pass to this agent in order to get an answer. So we'll say event dot data. Once you get the user input, you can get the result by calling this agent using AI career chart agent dot run, and then you can pass the user input as it is, and inside the return you can get the result. And that's how you can create an ingest function for your agent. Now once you create this, it's time to call this ingest function from your API code. Now obviously related to this you can jump to this ingest, and here you can find how to call it from the API, but let me show you the quick how to do it. So simply we'll go to the routes, so not route, inside the API we'll create a new API endpoint called AI career chart, or we'll say AI career agent, or we'll say chart agent, and inside this we'll create a route dot tsx file. Now over here we'll say export async function, and then this will be the post request. Right now I will put any type any, and then inside this we'll say constant user input is equal to await request dot json. Now once you get the user input, so whichever question user asks, this is nothing but this user input, then we need to trigger the ingest function, and in order to trigger we'll say constant result id is equal to await ingest dot send, and inside this you need to provide the name or event name of your function. So in this case it's a AI career agent, so we'll paste this one. Then you need to pass the data, so we'll add an user input as user input and then save it. Now once you invoke that ingest function, it will return the list of ID. Okay, so the event ID we can call it as, because when you run it you will see this run ID, it will return this run ID, and with the help of run ID we cannot check whether the ingest function is completed or not. The reason is ingest is a asynchronous function, so it will not return the result immediately, rather it will return you the list of function ID or run ID or event ID we can call it as. Now once you get the result IDs, you can get the only exact ID using this results ID dot IDs of 0. Now you need to get the status whether this function is completed or not. So for that one I am going to write async function get runs. Inside this we'll get the run ID which is of type string, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios, and then we need to make and get API call. Now the question is which endpoint we need to call in order to get the status. So simply just search on Google ingest status get request on the Google, you will find this fetch, run, status and output, how to get it, right? So once you trigger it, you will get the result, and you can just, with the help of that ID, you can pass this ID in order to get the result. Okay, so this is the endpoint. So I will paste it here. Okay, and obviously instead of this, we need to pass our run ID, because this run ID we are passing to this one, and that what we need to pass. Along with this, we need to pass an header, and inside the header we have to provide an authorization which contain a bearer token. So this bearer token we need to add it. So I will add this token inside the process.env.ingest signing key. So I will just copy this signing key we need to pass. Now this sign key you can generate in the production, okay, but for now I am going to add inside this .env. So over here I will paste this ingest signing key is equal to, and then if you are working on local, just type local.dev. okay. Also we want to add an ingest server. Here we'll say ingest server host. Now as you are working on local, in this case you need to pass this server, okay, not run, just 8288, and save it. As we are working on local, we can use this one and make sure to replace this endpoint. So over here we'll say process.env.ingest server host, then this endpoint, and then you have to pass this run ID. So that's how you need to add it. Once you get the result, simply you can return the result.data. Now this will just return the status, whether it is completed or not, right? But with the help of polling, you need to check the status every half second or 1 second, whether the status is completed or not, okay, and that's where we need to use a polling concept. So over here we'll say let run status. Over here we'll say while true, then run status is equal to await get runs, and then make sure to pass the run ID which we already have. Inside here we'll say if run status dot data of 0 dot status is equal to completed, then we'll simply break it, okay, and then below that we'll add a promise. So we'll say new promise, and then we'll say resolve set timeout, and then we'll pass this resolve, and you can call this endpoint every half second, okay. So until we get the status as a completed. As soon as we get the status completed, it will break it and it will come out of this while loop, okay. And then inside the return we'll say next response dot json with a run status, and inside the run status you will get an output and all of this information that we'll see or we will update later on. But for now, make sure to write this complete API endpoint method. Now I'm going to export this get run, because later on we want to use in another API endpoint, so we can use it instead of writing this code again and again. And but for this AI career agent, make sure to follow this complete step. Now once this API endpoint is ready, simply we'll go back to our application inside this AI career question answer chart screen. Once user enter or ask anything over here, and on the click of this button, we need to make an API call. So for that one, we'll go to the routes, AI tools, and inside that we have this AI chart under the page.tsx file. Now over here we'll call constant on send we'll create this method. Now this method we want to call on the click of that button. So we'll call this on the click of this button, and we'll have this onSend method for it. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. We'll say /API/ and this API endpoint name, which is AI Career Chart Agent. So we'll say AI Career Chart Agent, and then inside this you need to pass a user input as user input, and I will make this as async. Now we also may need to maintain a loading state, and initially it will be false. When the loading state is true, we'll make it we'll set this loading as a true, and once we have the result, we'll set the loading as a false. Right now we'll just console the result, okay, and we'll get our result inside the result.data, and then we'll set the loading as a false. Whenever the loading is true, we'll disable this button, otherwise it will be enabled. Now let's test this out. So here I will just type full stack developer. Okay, you can write anything, and inside the inspect panel we'll go to the console. Over here I will just click on send, and if you see, okay, right now we got an 500 error, if you see over here, and the button is disabled because we did not add try catch block, and once we get error it will still keep trying to access that API endpoint. But inside this console log you will see the error. So over here it's simply saying this particular data of 0 is not able to find it. Okay, so it's saying cannot read the property of null. So we need to add an optional operator field over here as well, and most important at this place, and then save it. Now also one more important thing, when we created this function, we have to make sure this function need to be added under this API ingest route. So right now if you see we have this hello world, obviously we don't want this hello world anymore, but we want to add this AI. I don't know why it's getting this suggestion, but we need to add this AI career agent. Now if I go to this function, this is our function AI career agent, and that need to be included under this ingest route, means ingest functions. Also one more important thing, that inside the function we use this OpenAI inside this AI career agent. Instead of that one, make sure to use a Gemini, because we are using an Gemini LLM model and not the OpenAI. So make sure to update this and then save it. Now if I go back, I will refresh the screen once, and then you can ask any question. So here we'll say full stack developer, and then send it. Now if you see it disabled, inside the network tab you will see it is the status is pending, and now it's showing the status as 200. If I go inside this, you will see under the preview we have the data. Inside this you will see the output. Now obviously we want this output information. Under this output we again have output of first element, and then we want this content only, and we don't want any other content. Okay, so now in order to get this output, let's go back to our routes.tsx, and here we'll just return the result. So we'll say result run status dot data dot, then we need to get the first element, and in that we have to get output. So we'll say data dot first element of output, and then inside the output we again have output, and then output of 0. So you have to write something like this to get an exact result. Now if I run this one, let's say full stack developer, will wait, and right now if you see the status pending, and then it will return the result, and inside the content you will see the AI response, where you will see the role with the assistant and type as a text. Perfect. So obviously this content we are going to save to our database along with the user input. But right now I hope you understand how we can call AI LLM model. Now next thing, we need to save this all the response inside the page.tsx file. So over here we'll say constant message list comma set message list is equal to use state. Initially it will be empty. Now inside the use effect, whenever there is change in the user input, or maybe we can say instead of this one we can directly add the user message. So here we'll say set message list, inside that we'll add all the previous value, and then we want to add the user input. So make sure the format will be similar like this one. So we have content, role and type. So we'll say content. So content will be the user input, then role will be the user and type will be the text. Now here obviously set message list type don't have any type. So over here we need to mention one type. So as we are using TypeScript, so we'll say type messages we'll say, and inside this we'll add content of type string, role of type string, and then type of type string. And we have to give, as this is the list of messages, and now if you see we don't have that error. Obviously once we get the response, we'll also set this message list, and then instead of this user input, or obviously for this all of this value, we're gonna simply save the result.data, because which contain this all the fields along with the data. Okay, now let's save this one. Now for the testing purpose, what I am going to do, I will just console the message list so that you will get to know what we are getting inside the message list when we get the response. Now everything is clean inside the console. I will clean everything. Here we'll say full stack developer roadmap and click enter. Now inside this, if you see, very first time we got this content, and once we get the response, then also we'll get the AI response as well, and boom, if you see, we got the AI response along with the user response, and the second is the AI response. How cool. So that's how you can save the user information inside your state. Obviously whenever you get whenever the message list get updated, you can save that into your database. Okay, so inside the use effect, whenever the message list get updated, here you can write a method to save messages into database. That will implement later on, but for now we need to display all the message list on the UI. Now to display the message list for the temporary purpose, I am going to add some dummy value inside the messages. So let me copy the content. Here we'll say, for example, user message, then role is user and type is text. Then I will add one more value for the assistant so that it's easy for us to display it on the screen for the testing purpose, and save it. Now if I go over here under this message list div, we'll simply iterate all the messages. So we'll say message list dot map, here we'll say message comma index and then arrow function. Then inside the div, here we'll add key as an index, and then we'll add a first div. So over here we'll add a div here we're gonna simply add a message dot content. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. And if you see, we got the two message. Let's apply some styling to this one. So over here we'll add a class name, and I'm going to add a dynamic class name over here. We'll say first we'll add a padding to 3, then we'll add a rounded large, we'll give a gap to 2, and depends on the role we need to change the color. So over here we'll say message dot role is equal to user, then or we'll say question mark, then we'll say a background gray 200, we'll say text black and rounded large. Otherwise we'll say background gray 50 and text black. Okay, and then save it, and this is how it look like. Say perfect. Then after adding this one, depends on whether the message role is user or not, we want to align this a message on left and right. So for this one, for this div, I will add a class name. Inside this we'll add a dynamic one, we'll say flex, then we'll add margin bottom to 2, and then we'll add a condition if message dot role is equal to user, then we'll provide a justify in, otherwise we'll provide a justify start. Say, and as this is the first message, it's showing on the left, as this is the second message showing on the right and left kind of combination. Perfect. Now whenever the message we have the message, we don't need to show these options, so we can hide that one. So we can add simply condition if message list dot length is greater than 0, or we'll say it's less than equal to 0, then only show this particular div. And now if you see, it's gone. Perfect. And now we have this list. Now one more important thing, when the loading is true, we want to show a loading indicator for the assistant. So to do that, over here we'll simply add a loading, and we'll say and if message dot length, so here we'll say message list dot length -1 is equal to index, then we'll simply show a loader icon, something like this, and inside this class name we'll say animate spin and save it. Okay, so what it means, so whenever you type something, let's say developer and click enter. Okay, so right now it's showing on the right side, but we actually want on the left hand side, and then if you see, we got the result as well. So to do that, let's not add this one and let's test this out. Actually let's cut it from here and let's wrap it inside this div, and then I will paste it here where we can mark this div as on the start. Okay, along with this one I'm going to add this same styling and then the background as well. Perfect. And we'll give margin bottom to 2 over here, and then save it. Perfect. Now if I type something, okay, so if you see, we got the loading, and here as well it's showing the some line, but we can remove that. But if you see, we got the result. So basically we need to add this condition over here instead of just at the top. Perfect. And then save it. I think there are two and save it. Okay, and now if I test here, so roadmap, click enter, and now if you see, we have this beautiful loading indicator, and then later on it will give us the result. Now this result is not the correct format. We got with the rich text editor format, or this is called a markdown text result. Okay, and we need to convert this in a proper format. So to do that, we need to add one library called React Markdown. So just search on a Google called React Markdown, and this is the npm package for this React Markdown, and just you need to provide your content inside this React Markdown library. So I will copy this and we'll install this first. Once you install this content, you need to add inside the React Markdown. So make sure it is installed correctly. I will copy this import statement and we'll paste it at the top, and then here we'll say React Markdown and then pass this content and then save it. And now if I go back to our application, let's search something, and boom, if you see, we got the proper formatted result in this case. Perfect. So that's what we wanted. Also, make sure to provide the specific height and overflow auto so that you can easily scroll this particular chart list and or message list. And also for your input, you can mark this as an absolute along with the bottom side and some specific weight. You can change this later on anytime once you start displaying the message list. Now once you know that we are able to display the messages, everything, I will just remove all of this dummy value and we'll keep it empty. And right now if you see, we don't have anything. Now you can start asking question. For example, full stack React roadmap, and then click enter, and now it will give you all the details with the help of our AI LLM AI career agent. And if you see, we have this beautiful loading indicator as well, and boom, if you see, we got the result in proper format as well. Here we have all the details, and if you see how big chunk of data is written for us. When you start when you run the query, right, we have to make sure you will remove this. So basically on the send, you have to send maybe after this one you have to send the user input as a null or empty value, and along with that to this loading indicator I will add a text called thinking. Okay, let me show you how it works. Let me refresh this. Here we'll say how to become full stack developer and click enter, and now if you see, it's showing this beautiful text along with the loading indicator saying that it is thinking, and then we have this indicator as well. And once we have the data, you will see the result. Now this is how you can implement the question answer chart. Now as obviously user can add a new chat, and we have to add an option to add a different chart. If I go to the chat GPT and open any previous value, you will see this ID, because each chart history is defined by a unique ID, and similar way we have to implement it. Currently we are directly implemented with the help of this AI chart, but we need to add a unique ID for each of them, and that's where we need to implement or add a dynamic routing. And it's very easy. Simply inside this AI chart, we are going to create a dynamic route by adding this square bracket. Here we'll say chart ID as a ID and click enter. Inside this chart ID, I will just drag this page.tsx inside this. Now obviously we'll say update this all the import, and obviously everything will work as it is, but now it will give you this 404 error. It will only work when you pass some unique ID, okay, or any ID, and then if you see, it jump to this AI chart. So the question is how we can save this one and how to get this chart ID. Now in order to get the chart ID, first we'll use constant. Here we'll say chart id is equal to use params, and through this param you will get a chart id. And now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, here you will get the chart id returning inside the console. But this is just example. If I on the workspace and when I click on this AI chart, we need to create a new chart ID, and on that chart ID we need to save all the user information. So first thing, in order to generate a unique ID, you can use this UUID 4 version 4, or not this one, but just type UUID, oh god, UUID, which is the npm package, okay, which will generate a unique identifier every time. So first make sure to install this, and let me close all of this tab. Now let's go to the routes under the dashboard where we have this all the AI tools. Now let's go to this AI tool card, or maybe so over here, right, where we are redirecting to this tool path. Here every time for each of the AI tool we need to generate a unique ID. So I will generate a constant, or just add a constant ID is equal to UUID, or maybe we can import the statement from here first. And then this is how you can use it, and this ID we can pass. So we'll say slash and then this ID, and then save it. And let me show you the quick demo of this one. So as right now we are on the workspace. Now if I click on this ask now, let's click on it, and boom, if you see we have this unique ID now. And once you just start asking question, so full stack dev guide, click enter, and if you see it start generating the result. And once it generate, obviously as soon as we get the data, you can start saving it to our database, and boom, save. Now whenever user want to use any of this AI tool, we have to make sure on the click of this button we are going to create and record into our database along with the ID or unique ID, so that we can track it and later we can save it inside the history section. So to do that we need to create a table, and inside that table we need to save all the user history. So first thing, I will go to the schema file. So go to the schema.tsx, and inside this schema we'll create a new table. Now in order to create a table, if you see this example which is the user table, similar way you can create a table called user history table. I will just say history table is equal to pg table, and I will name it as a history table. Now inside this history table, obviously we are going to save a unique ID. So I will just copy this ID, then I want to save the record ID, okay, so which is of type varchar, and it should be a not null. So this field is a required field, so I will mark it as a not null. Then the content, okay, so obviously this content is in the form of JSON. Now in the case of chart, we are going to save all the JSON chart information, so that's why I am going to add this. Then we need to add a user email. For the user email we'll add it as a varchar, and then we want to connect this table to this user table. So here I will give the name as a user email only, and then we'll say references, and inside the reference we'll attach that to the users table dot email. Next, if you want, you can add the created at as well. So here we'll say created at, and which is of type varchar. The default value I will provide as a date dot now. So it might return the timestamp, so that's what we gave. So the type, maybe we need to change this to, maybe we can change this to a date, or maybe they want number, so let's save it as a number. I will just put the varchar, as simple as that. Okay, and once your history table is ready, now let's go back to the AI tool card, where we need to write a method. We'll say constant on click button. Over here, this method we are going to call when user click on any button, right? So this button. So in that case, we need to create a record. So we'll say on click, make sure to call this method, and then we'll simply create a new record to history table. Okay, now for that one, we'll create an API endpoint. So go to the API and we'll keep this database CRUD operation on the server side. So here we'll say history, and inside the history we'll create a route.jsx file, add a default template, or not default template, but this is the endpoint. So we'll say export async function, and this will be a post request because we want to insert the record. We'll say request, then inside that we'll get the content, the record ID is equal to await request dot JSON. Now next thing, inside the try catch block, over here inside the catch block, I will just add next response dot JSON with an E if we have any error. Now inside the try catch block, we need to insert record. So in order to insert, we'll say constant result is equal to await DB. Now here, if you are not getting the DB reference, so make sure to import that. So we'll say import DB from config folder /db, and then you have option called insert, give the table name. So it will be a history table. So again it's not getting imported, so we'll say from config /schema, and here we'll add an history table, then dot values, and inside the value we need to provide a record ID, which we already have. Then we need to provide a content, that content also we have, and then the user email. Now for the user email, you can get this user email from the directly on the server side. Now just you need to use constant user is equal to await current user. Now this current user, we need to import it. So we'll say import current user, so with a C capital, is equal to from, and then we'll just add at Clerk Next.js /server, and from there you can get the user information, and then simply you can add email ID. As we are using router, okay, so this need to be a router.tsx file because we are using TypeScript. So I will just update this one. The request will put any for now, and I think that's all we have. Perfect. And then it will return inside the next response with the result. Obviously, in order to get the result, you have to return the inserted record. So here we'll say history table. So whichever the table is record inserted, it will return it. So I don't know what is this error about, talk about, or maybe we can pass it as empty. Okay, so this is the very first time when user click for a new session. Now obviously you can get the chart ID. Okay, so this ID nothing but ID we are generating. So over here now we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash what is our name? It's called history only, and then we need to provide the value. So inside that we'll say record ID as the ID, then for content I will pass it as a empty. Now also we have one more field which is the created at. The created at you can pass a new date, and for this one I will mark it as a .to string, okay, because we have saved it as a string or varchar, and here I will make this as async. Now that's all we needed at very start, and here we'll say console.log with the result. Now once you click on this button and record get inserted, we have to make sure you will redirect it to the particular page. So inside the router.push, right, because we are using the use router hook. If you did not import, make sure to import it from the next/navigation, and then here we want to simply navigate to the tool dot path slash the ID, right, and then save it, because each of these particular AI tools, right, we are going to generate a unique ID so that we can save the user information. Now I will make sure to refresh. If I click on this ask now, and boom, I am able to redirect it to this particular page. But whenever you make the changes to your schema file, you have to push these updates. So let's push it. Now in order to push your changes to the PostgreSQL database, just type npx drizzle-kit and push. So it will push your changes, and if you see, it's saying changes applied. Now in order to run and see the database, right, you can even go to the Neon PostgreSQL database anytime, and that's where you can check. Or let me show you how to see. So on the Neon dashboard, go to the tables, select your tables, and inside this you will see a brand new table get added called history table, and inside that whichever column we mention inside the schema, it is showing on the screen. But also you can run this Drizzle Studio locally. So if I run this command, you will see it run on the local Drizzle Studio URL, and if I open it, it will run the same database, tables and everything on your local machine. So you don't need to rely on the Neon dashboard. You can even check from here. Perfect. So guys, that's how you need to add it. Obviously we have this history table. Now once you have, I will click on this ask now. So click on it and it redirect it to this particular tool. Now I will just refresh the screen and will verify that the new record get inserted. See, we have the record ID, the content is empty, and then created add date, user email, and that record is get inserted to the history table. Perfect. Once you are in the history table, now I will go back to our AI tools, which is this page.tsx, and whenever the message list get changed, we need to save it to our database. So inside the use effect, we need to call an update method. Now we don't have update method, so simply I am going to create a function for the update. Right now we have for post, for the update we'll say export async function, and this will be a put request. So put of type any, so this will be the request, and from it we are going to get a content along with the record ID. Then we'll say await request dot JSON. After this we'll add a try catch block. So similar like this, I will just copy it, we'll paste it here, but instead of this update we need, insert, we need to update it. So we'll say update, and instead of value we'll say set. Now we just need to add a content because we are just updating the content, and obviously you need to mention which record you want to update. So inside the where you need to provide an equal to clause. So here we'll say equal, and then inside this we'll say history table dot record ID matches with the record ID. So whichever record ID we pass, that should match, and only that record going to update. Now let's save this one, and that's how your put request is now ready. Now let's go back to the page.tsx and simply call it here. So we'll create a method. So we'll say constant update messages list, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot put. Inside that we'll say /API history, and then for content we'll say the messages list, and for record ID we'll say a chart ID. Now this chart ID we are already fetching from this use param hook. Obviously you can provide a type string, or you can keep it as any as well. Here I will mark this as a async, and once you have result, you can just console just for the testing purpose. Now this update message list we need to call inside the use effect whenever the message list get changed. And just for a sake, let's try to call inside this onSend, but before that I will just make sure if message list is there, or we'll say message list dot length is greater than 0, then only update this message, update the list, okay, otherwise don't update it. And let's test this out. So I will go back to our application. Here we say full stack roadmap. I will send this one. Now our AI agent will give you the answer in a moment, and here we have the big answer. Beautiful. Now if I go back and refresh it, now inside the content you will see we have the content, the user's role and the assistant response as well. Perfect. Now even though if you try to refresh it, obviously it's not showing on the screen, right? And I will just make sure over here the content is not getting updated. Only thing that we need to do is to fetch this content in order to display under this particular record ID. Okay, so whenever user go back to check the history, on the click we can just display it instead of showing the empty value. So at the top I'm going to write a method, we'll say constant get messages list and the arrow function. Over here we'll say constant, or maybe first we need to write a route for get operation. So here we'll say export async function get request. So this will be the get request of type any. Now to this get request, obviously we are going to pass and record ID parameter to the API endpoint. So to get the value, first we need to get the search params using the new URL, and inside that we'll pass the request.url, and then we'll get the record ID is equal to search param dot get the record ID. That's how you can get it. Then inside the try catch block we'll return next response dot JSON with an exception e, and inside the try we'll say constant result is equal to await await db dot select from the table name is history table, and then we'll say where, and then you need to add a condition equal to history table dot record ID matches with our record ID. If this matches, I don't know why this error is coming. So here obviously it's saying the record ID might be empty, so I will add just condition if record ID, then only execute this, and once we have the result we'll return the next response dot JSON. Now this result contains the list, okay, so we just need to return the result of 0, and that's all. Otherwise I will return nothing. okay, empty value, and then save it, and that's how you need to fetch it. Next, let's go to the page.tsx, and inside the get message list, now we can call, so we'll say await axios.get /API/history, and to this one we pass record ID is equal to chart ID. So we'll say plus chart ID, okay. And then once we get the result, let's console this result first. So we'll get the result inside the result.data, we'll mark this as async, and then this method we need to call inside the use effect. So whenever we have the chart ID, we're gonna call it. So we'll say if chart ID is there, then only call this get message list. Now if I go back to our application, we'll open the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I reload this page, you will see we got the message list, and then we have the content for that one. See, now this content we need to set, so we'll say set message list, and then we'll say result.data.content. Perfect. And then you will see the message list as well. So even though if I did not add anything, but whatever previous search we have depends on that one, we got the result from the database. Now anytime if user open this URL, it means this is the history, right? You will see the result from the previous search. So that's how you need to add it. Now one last important thing, when user click on this new chart, we want to open a new chart, but we have to make sure this particular record ID gonna change, okay. So simply what we can do, simply go to our dashboard components where we have this AI tool card, and on the click of this button we are creating a record, and then we are redirecting to that particular ID, right. So same thing I'm going to do. So I will copy this, and then inside the page.tsx, maybe after at this end we can add this. Now in order to get the ID, you can get it from this UUID v4. I will just import it over here along with their import statement. And then once we have that, obviously we need to redirect it, right. So let's add a router is equal to use router hook for the navigation, and the path will be the same because we want to add that. So this is nothing but this AI tool /AI chart, and instead of push I will add a replace, okay, and then save it. Now this particular here will say on new chart method. Now this on new chart we need to attach to this new chart button, okay. And once you save, let me refresh it, and now if you see we have the previous one, but if I click on new chart, see the chart ID change, and now we have completely new chart where user can start charting. If I go back, it will not go back because we updated with a replace route, right, instead of push, so it will not go back. And obviously from the workspace as well you can go to this any AI tool. Now next we are going to implement an AI resume analyzer. Now it's time to create an AI resume analyzer agent where user can upload the resume, and then with the help of our AI agent it will analyze it and give the final report with all the details. In order to implement this AI resume analyzer agent, these are some of the steps that we need to implement. First thing, we need to give user to option to upload a resume. So first thing is to upload the resume. Then once the resume is uploaded, we want to save this resume to a cloud storage. Obviously here we can use a multiple cloud storage. You have option like AWS, Cloudinary, Fire Storage, ImageKit. In this case, we are going to use an ImageKit.io because it's free to use and very easy to integrate. After that, we want to extract and scrap the resume data in a raw text format. And that raw text format we want to send to the AI resume analyzer agent, which we are going to create inside the ingest. Now all these steps we are going to add inside the ingest function so that it will execute step by step, and even though in a production if you get any error, you can easily find it with the help of ingest. After this, we need to get structured response from the AI LLM model once we send this to the agent, and then once we have the information, we want to save that to our database, and then we are going to display it on the screen. So that's how we are going to implement step by step. Now I already created the mockup UI with the help of this UIUXmock.com, where you can generate a UI UX mockup instantly with the help of AI. You just need to enter the text which kind of mockup you want to generate, and it will give you the wireframe on mockup. Simply sign in. It's completely free to use, and over here I already created this mockup. If you see, where on the right hand side, this is just a placeholder where you can upload the you can preview the image, or sorry, you can preview the resume, okay, which you uploaded. And on the right hand side or left hand side, you will see your complete report where you can see the overall score, contact information, and all of this. You can even see this live preview by clicking this button, and you can see the complete preview of your UI UX mockup. And this is possible with the help of this UIUXmockup.com. You will find you have bunch of different options to generate the wireframe, mockup, different style, a device type, and you can simply add your requirements. Now going back to our application, where on the click of this analyze now, we want to open a dialog where we gonna give option to the user to upload and resume file. So let's go back to our app. I will close all of this tab, and inside this dashboard where we have this AI tool card, right? Now obviously we need to make sure on the click we want to open a dialog. So first we'll create a dialog under this components folder only. So over here we'll say resume upload dialog.tsx, then we'll add a default template for it and then save it. Now in order to install a dialog from the shared CN, let's go to the shared CN. So over here we'll go to the shared CN components, and under this just search for the dialog component. So that's here. Then if you see this example, this is how it will look like. So on the click of button, we want to open a dialog. Now copy this npm command and simply inside the new terminal paste it. So it will install the dialog for you. Now once the dialog is installed, you can simply copy this import statements, and then we'll paste it here. Also you need to copy this example and we'll paste it here. Now currently the dialog will open on this dialog trigger. Okay, so let's import this resume upload dialog inside this AI tool card. So maybe you can import anywhere. I will import it here. Okay, and once you import, you will see a button called open. Now on the click of that button, it will open the dialog, but we want to open it on the click of this particular button. So there are different options. Either you can set and state, which will open this dialog on the click of it. So basically over here we'll say constant open resume upload comma set open resume upload is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then over here we can add a condition if tool dot name is equal to, and we need to give this name, which is AI resume analyzer. Then we'll return nothing, but we just need to set the open resume upload to true. Okay, now this open resume upload we need to pass. So over here we'll say open resume upload, which is open resume upload. So we'll just copy this and inside the resume upload, make sure you will accept that. Okay, currently I will put a type any. Now obviously this open resume upload might be a true or false. So for this dialog to open it, you can pass this open resume upload, and on open change you can set open resume dialog as a method. Okay, so it will return a false, so make sure to pass back this. So inside the AI tool card, maybe over here you can set this open resume upload, so it will automatically close it. Now we don't need this dialog trigger, so just I will comment this out and let's test this. So basically if I click on this analyze now if you see it open. If I close this one, it will close as well. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to implement this dialog, because we already have this AI tool card component, and that's why we are implementing in the same component instead of creating a new button and different cards and all. Now once your dialog is ready, simply go to this resume upload dialog. For the dialog title, I'm going to upload it to, let's say, upload resume PDF file. Inside this dialog description, we'll add a div, and we want to add our custom upload functionality. Right now if you add an input of type file, then you will see that you have option to choose a file, but that looks so old style. So let's add our own custom upload. So basically we'll add a label. Now for this input we are going to provide an ID, and we'll say resume upload as a ID name. Now this ID we are going to connect to the label using this HTML for. So it means on the click of label, it will connect to this input automatically. Now inside the label, let's add a file icon, and then below that we'll say click here to upload PDF file. So I will give margin top to 3 and then save it. For this file I will add a height to 10, width to 10. Then for this label we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, we'll make flex column, justify center. We'll also give padding to 7. We'll add a border, and border style is dash, and we'll make rounded to Excel, something like this. See, perfect. You can add a background as well. So on hover we'll change a background to, let's say, slate 200. For this input, obviously we want to hide this now because we don't want that, so we'll say opacity to 0, and if you see, now it's hide. Now on hover you will see the background also get changed, and also quickly we are going to add a cursor pointer. So on the click, if you see, it will open the file upload for you. How cool, right? Because it's connected to this input as well. After this we want to add a button, so we'll say a dialog footer, and to this dialog footer we'll add a button. One button is for cancel and other button is for upload and analyze. Now here you can add an icon, we'll say sparkle icon. Perfect. Now for this button you can add a variant as outline. Perfect. Now instead of this input opacity, you can even hide this one, so it will not take this empty space. Okay, and now if you see, it's perfectly working. Now on the click of it, you can see you have option to upload the file as well. Now for this input, you can make sure to only accept the PDF file. So now if I try to open it, you will see only PDF is enabled and other are disabled, and this is the PDF file which is I can open it. Now on the click of open, user will not get to know whether it's open or selected or not, right? So we need to add that functionality. So simply for that one, we need to add on file change. So over here first we'll say on change, and then we're gonna call a method called on file change. So this method we wanna create at the top. So it will take an event, and then inside this we'll simply say constant file is equal to event dot target dot files of 0. Okay, because the first selected file we want to fetch it, and this will say if file, then we'll simply console it with a file dot name. Also we want to save the file, so we'll say constant file comma set file is equal to use state, and once the file is selected, we'll set the file as file. Perfect. Let's save it and let's see whether we are getting a selected file name or not. So inside the inspect panel, if I upload this file, and if you see, the file name is showing on the screen, it means the file gets selected. Now once the file is selected, we are going to change this text. So maybe we can add a condition if file, then we are going to show another h2 tag, otherwise we can show this h2 tag. So I will just will say we just want to add a file dot name, the name of the file, and we'll give class name margin top to 3, and we'll also change this color to, let's say, blue. Here you can provide the type as well. So we don't know the file type, so I can just give as any, and if you open this one, you will see the selected file name. Perfect. So that's how you can show the selected file. Now next thing, we need to upload this image, and we want to send all the file information along with the unique record ID to the backend server in order to process all of this step. Currently we just able to upload the resume. Right now all of these steps we are going to add it inside the ingest. So basically here we'll say constant on upload and analyze. First we'll generate the record ID using this UUID. Before, I don't know why it's not importing, so let me copy that from the, I think we already used somewhere inside this AI tool, this one. Sometimes the import statement does not import immediately, so you have to import the statement manually, and here I will change this to record ID. Then we'll define a form data is equal to new form data, and inside the form data we need to append all of this information in order to send it to a backend. So we'll say form data dot append. The first thing we'll append the record ID with nothing but the record ID. Then we want to append the, so form data dot append resume file as file. Okay, now next we'll send form data to backend server. Now let's create an API endpoint which we're gonna call on the click of this on upload and analyze button. Also we're gonna attach this button to this upload and analyze. So over here we'll say on click and we'll call this method. Make sure this button is disabled if there is no file selected. Okay. Now if I go back to our application, I will refresh the screen once, and when user click on analyze now, if you see, this button is now disabled. It is only enabled when we upload any file. Then inside our API folder, we're going to create a new API endpoint called AI resume agent. Inside this, we'll create a route.jsx file. Let's add a default template, and here, not default, but here we'll just add export async function, and this will be a post request. Inside this, I will just make sure this is a tsx file, and I will give the request of type any, or you can give the next request as well. Then we need to pass some value to this one. So one is the record ID, then we also want to pass the form data, but here we cannot accept it because this is the form data that we want to send from this API endpoint. So inside this resume upload dialog, this is the form data we need to fetch. So basically here we'll say form data is equal to await request dot form data. Okay. Now from this form data, we're gonna get some information. So let's say you're gonna get a resume file is equal to form data dot get, and then we'll get the resume file. Same thing, I will paste it. Oh, let me copy this and paste it here for the record ID. Now once you have this information, in order to get the raw text, we need to convert this resume file into, and we need to fetch the text from that PDF file. Okay, and that is very important because that raw text we want to send it to the LLM model. So basically we need to extract this resume data, and then later on we're gonna update this cloud storage. Either way you can do it, but we'll do first thing first. So over here I am going to use a LangChain web loader, and make sure it's a JavaScript. So just go to this web loader. I will put the link in the description. Here you can even load the PDF files as well. See, PDF files, and this web PDF load can help you to load the PDF file. You don't need to add any API key or anything like that. Make sure to install this npm package. So we'll just install this. Let's install everything, and inside the terminal I will paste it. After this, you just need to write constant loader is equal to new web PDF loader. Now make sure it is still installing, so we'll wait to finish it. After installing, make sure to import this web PDF loader. So we'll say web PDF loader from at LangChain community / document. Now after importing, make sure to load this web PDF loader, and inside this web PDF loader you need to pass this resume file. Okay, and then over here we have an error that is not assignable of type blob, so I can make this as any, and then we'll get a document from it. So we'll say await loader dot load. So it will load this PDF file, and then inside the console we'll get a document. So document of 0. Okay, so which contain a raw PDF text. Now once we have this one, we also need to convert our resume file into a blob file in order to save to our cloud storage. So to do that, we just need to define a constant array buffer is equal to await resume file dot array buffer, and then we'll do constant base 64 is equal to buffer dot from array buffer dot to string, and then you need to mention a base 64. Then you will get the files base PDF file base 64, which we're gonna use to save it. Now if you remember, inside the AI career coach we call this ingest, then we get this run ID in order to check the polling whether the status is completed or not. So I will copy everything as it is because we need this, and then I will paste it here. So make sure to import the ingest. Now inside the data we are going to pass our own different data. So first I will pass a record ID, which we can get it from our record ID, which we already defined over here. Then we want to pass a resume file as a resume file, and then base 60, or we can say base 64 resume file as base 64, and then the last one is the PDF text, because raw text we want to save. This we can get it from the documents of 0 dot page content. So that's how we can get it. Then make sure to import this next response. Now obviously this method gonna use to check whether the status is completed or not. And last we have this axios to check the status, and here we will just comparing it, and obviously we have the promise, and later on it will just break once the status is marked as a completed. Now let's save everything, and then inside the ingest function, so let's go to this ingest function, but before that make sure the ingest function name is different. So here we'll say AI resume agent, and with that name we are going to create a resume agent inside the function. So we already have this AI career agent, right, and this agent as well, but first I will create an export constant AI resume agent is equal to ingest dot create function, and inside this we're gonna write ID with this name, and then event name as the same. Perfect. Then we'll say async, which contain event comma step, and then arrow function. Now let's get the some basic information from the function. So over here we'll get the record ID, then resume file. Actually we cannot pass the file directly, so I will remove this resume file, okay, and we have this base 64 file that we need it, and then PDF to text, or this just a PDF text, so we'll say PDF text only, and this we can get it from the await event dot data. Now first thing, let's upload file to cloud storage, okay, and for that one we are going to use a ImageKit. Now ImageKit is a free cloud storage provider. Also it provides a lot of different AI powered image and video transformation features, which you can go and check to this ImageKit. You can also watch my previous Canva clone video in which I provide all the features of the ImageKit.io. But in this particular course we are going to use this ImageKit to store the data to our cloud storage. So it's free to use. Simply log into your account. Once you log in, you will go to the dashboard, right? Now inside this, simply go to the developer option, and that's where you will get all these keys. Now search ImageKit npm package, and this package you need to install first, okay, in order to upload your image. So I will copy this, go back to your terminal, simply paste it here, and very first thing that you need to do is to define the ImageKit, and you have to initialize this, okay. So you need to provide a public, private key and the endpoint URL, which I'm going to define just above this. So make sure to import this image kit. And once you import, you need to provide a public key and everything. So we'll go to this .env file. Over here we'll define image kit public key is equal to then image kit private key and image kit endpoint URL. So these three things we need it. So simply go to this image kit, you will get this URL endpoint, simply paste it here. Then you can get the private key and public key. So let's copy this public key, I will paste it here, and for the private key I will also copy that and will paste it here. Now each of them you have to attach. So first I will attach this public key using process.env.environment variable, then the private key, and the last we have this endpoint URL. So this need to be env, and if you get an error just add this ts ignore, okay, just to avoid this error, because as we are directly passing this from the environment key, so sometimes you get the error line because you are under the TypeScript. Now once you define this image kit, you need to upload the file. So we say constant upload image kit is equal to await, and okay, so over here upload image URL, first we need to define a step run, okay. So for each of the tasks we are going to define this step which is available inside the ingest. So what it will do, until and unless this step is not completed, it will not go to the second step, and that's why it's very easy and important to implement, because in ingest as well you can track each of these tasks. Over here we'll say upload image as the step run name, then async, and then arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant image kit URL, or we'll say image kit is equal to await, we'll say image kit dot upload, and inside this you need to provide a file. Now over here make sure to provide a base64 file which we already have. So we'll say base64 resume file. Then for a file name I am going to add the current timestamp as a file name. So we'll say date.now, and our file is always an PDF, so we'll say .pdf, and the last we'll say is published as a true. So it will be available to everyone to access it. Now once we have this image file kit URL, just return it image kit file dot URL, and then it will return the uploaded image URL. Okay, now let's test this until this point and we'll see inside the ingest we are getting the uploaded file or not. So simply I will refresh this and make sure your ingest is also running. Over here I will click on analyze now, will upload the file, click open, and simply click upload and analyze. Obviously right now we don't show any loading indicator, we'll display it in a moment, but over here I don't think so it's invoked. That's because our function, the AI resume agent function, did not add it to the ingest route. So simply go to the ingest routes and make sure to add this AI resume agent route function. Also I think we forgot to make an API call. So over here is constant result is equal to await axios dot post, give the API endpoint name which is API AI resume agent, and then inside the body you just need to pass the form data as it is. Here we are using await. I will make this as async, and inside the console.log we'll say result.data and then save it. Now let's refresh the screen, click on analyze now. So over here we click analyze now, we'll upload this PDF file, click open and then click upload and analyze. Inside the ingest you will see all new method get executed. Okay, the function is run, and here you will find this our step called upload image, and boom, we got this image with uploaded file say, and that's where we uploaded this resume as well. So this is the dummy resume PDF I uploaded through this or to this image kit. Perfect. Now basically if I go back to our documentation, we finished this save to cloud, and we also finished this extract crap resume data. Okay, obviously if you want to check whether you got the data or not, just go over here, and here you will find the page content which contain all the extracted data. Cool, right? Now next thing, we need to send this to our agent, and obviously we need to create an agent for it. So let's go to the functions. Similar like the career chart agent, we are going to create an agent called export constant AI resume agent is equal to create agent. Inside that give the agent name. So here we say AI resume analyzer agent, then description, you can add any description which you want, and inside the system you need to write a prompt, and inside the model I will give the same model. So I will just copy paste this model name. Here we'll say AI resume analyzer agent. Okay, and then save it. Now it's very important to provide a proper system prompt to our AI resume analyzer agent. So I just write this prompt, okay, which basically telling to this particular LLM model that you are an advanced AI resume analyzer agent and this is your task. Obviously we want the input in some proper format, and that's why I give this JSON schema as well. So obviously you can get this from the eraser doc, so I will paste it here so you can simply access it, and then simply inside this system I will paste it here, something like this. Okay, obviously for now I will just collapse this, and at the last we can also add input resume plain text input, so that we can simply add it, or we can just keep it as it is, because this is anyway this is that agent prompt, so you don't need to add anything. And once you add obviously this AI resume analyzer agent, so I will copy this, we're gonna use it after this. Okay, so if you remember, similar like an AI career agent, we need to use it, and then we're gonna simply run this one. So after this we'll say constant AI resume report is equal to await AI resume analyzer agent dot run, and inside this we need to provide a PDF text, okay, whatever the plain text we have. This will return the complete report for us, similar like this one. So I will just return this AI resume report and then save it. Obviously we can test this out. So let's go back to our resume upload dialog, and whenever user click on the upload and analyze, we want to show a loading indicator so that user will get to know that it is in process. So we'll define this loading. Initially it will be false, and once you start it will set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Below that, right now we are showing this sparkle icon, so what we'll do, whenever the loading is true we can show a loader icon, otherwise we can show this sparkles icon. And over here we'll add a class name, we'll say animate spin, so it will add some animation. So, and one more thing, whenever the button loading is true, so here we'll say or loading, then we'll make sure to button is disabled. Now let me refresh the screen, and we'll simply click on this analyze resume. We'll upload the PDF file and then click upload, and if you see with the loading indicator starts showing on the screen. Now simply inside our ingest, currently it's running. Our PDF got uploaded and boom, we also got the response as well. So here first thing is upload image, and then second step is an AI resume analyzer agent. Over here in the response you will see the complete information. So if I go to this output finalization, you will see the structure output over here. Let me increase this size. Inside the output content we got the JSON data in a proper format. Obviously you can copy this somehow. Let me copy this content, or I will just copy this and we'll open a new file. Over here, because this is in the string format, we need to convert this string format into a JSON object, okay, so that we can simply store it to our database. So now make sure when you are converting, you will convert this, or you can remove this this first JSON string with the empty value and same at the last, and then you can convert this into a JSON object. That we can do it inside our ingest function only. So if I go to this ingest function, after executing this, or maybe before this one, we can add it. So here we'll say constant raw content is equal to AI resume response dot output dot, I will just follow this. So inside the output we have the first element dot content dot, so content. So over here from the AI resume output of first element we will get the content. If you get error, make sure to add this ts ignore. After this we'll say raw content JSON is equal to raw content dot replace, and then we need to replace this first JSON with an empty string in order to make it in the proper string format, so that we can convert it into a JSON. And also we'll add one more replace with this last this code with an empty value. Once we have this one, we'll say parse JSON is equal to JSON dot parse and raw content JSON, because now we have proper formatted string that we are converting, and then simply return a parse JSON. Now let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen, I will go to this analyze, we'll upload the PDF file and then simply upload and analyze. If you see, we have this loading indicator. Obviously we'll go back over here, it's still running. We got an error, the model is overloaded, please try again. So we'll refresh this. Maybe we need to, the model might be a stop somehow. It's not our issue, but we'll test this again. And right now if you see, it's loading, and currently it's still in analyze process, and boom, in the finalization we got the proper output. We have this need improvement, overall score, overall feedback, and all of this information. And if you remember, whatever the mockup we build it with the help of this UI/UX-mock.com, same prompt I passing to the LLM model in order to generate the result, so that we can show it in this proper format. So make sure to do that. Now once we have this parse JSON, we need to save to our database. Now one more important thing I wanted to inform you, that currently in the history table, right, we are making this common to all of them, where we are saving the record ID, content, the user email, and then created ad. Under this we are going to add one more column, and in that one we are going to save the who or which AI agent they use, and then that route as well. So basically let's go to the schema, and inside here we'll add a type, AI agent type, okay, with type varchar, and then save it. By default, or maybe we can keep it as it is for now, and then I will stop the studio, we'll push the new changes, and then we'll run the studio again. And now if I refresh it, you will see a brand new column called AI agent type. Now also make sure inside when you are doing an AI agent chart, that time also we are saving this AI agent type. So simply we'll go to this AI career agent, that's where we are saving, I believe, or maybe inside the, okay, not here. Basically when we create very first time, when we click on it, so that time we are creating. So inside the AI tool card where we have this API history, so go to the history, history routes, and inside that we are saving. So over here we are also going to maybe inside the post we are also going to update an agent type. Now this agent type we need to pass, okay, something like this. So if it's not there, if we did not pass it, you can pass the empty value as well. And this particular post we are calling from the AI tool card, and over here I am going to pass that agent or AI agent type like this to the history, and then you can pass a type, let's say tool dot path. You can pass the path as well, that will be easy because when you click on it you can just get the path and attach to the history, okay, that also a good idea, and then save it. Now this is update for the AI chart agent. Now we also want to save for our resume analyzer. So for the resume analyzer we are going to add inside the ingest function only. So over here I am going to write a step function, so we'll say constant save to db, await step dot run, inside that we'll say save to db, and then we'll say async and arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await. Here you don't need to write a return to parse JSON, you can directly use this one, okay. Then here we say await db dot insert. Now the history table, right, so we have to write history table dot values, and inside this we need to provide a record ID which we already have. Then for the content we are going to save the parse JSON. Then for AI agent type we need to get the AI agent type, actually we are not passing it, but we can get it inside this event type, or yeah, that's fine, I think we can get it. And so here we'll say AI agent type, then we want created at, so over here we'll say new date, and then we'll convert it into a string, and the user email. Now for the user email, that also you can pass it, over here, okay, and then save everything. We'll do the console log and the return result if you want, and obviously we'll say return parse JSON for now because we already have this, okay, and save everything. Now make sure that we need to pass AI agent type and user email. So inside the let me close this one and we'll open the dialog, resume upload dialog. That's where to this form data only we're gonna pass it. Okay, so we'll add a new field called AI agent type, which we can get it from the tool, not tool, but we'll say slash AI tool, I believe, slash AI resume agent. I will just cross verify by going to the AI tools, and here we have this path, so I will pass this path under the AI tools. Okay, something like this only. Perfect. And then, or maybe we can avoid this and we can simply pass it to our API endpoint. Okay, instead of passing from the parent, because we have dedicated API endpoint for that one. So here we'll say AI agent type, and then we can add this, and also we need to pass a user email. So in order to get the user information, we can say constant user is equal to await current user from the clerk. So make sure it is importing the current user, and here then we can pass user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect. And then save everything. So let's save all of these files, and once you save it, you can test this out. Now let's test this out. So I will go to this analyze now, we'll upload the file, and then we'll say upload and analyze, and if you see it start execution. Now obviously we'll go back to this ingest to verify what are the steps completed, and right now if you see the upload image is completed, AI resume analyzer is completed now, and also save to our database. Pretty good, right? And you can see all of this output at each step, and that is very important to know. As a big SaaS application, we need to know how our application is performing. Now if I go back to our database to verify the all new record, and if you see for the content of type agent, this particular agent type, we have this content and with all the information. Perfect. So that's how you can get and save the resume report into your database. Now once it is saved to our database, we want to redirect it to the all new page. So we'll create a new route. So simply inside this AI tool, we'll add a new route called AI resume analyzer, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template. Here we'll say AI resume analyzer, and then save it. And we want to redirect to this particular page, but we have to make sure it's a dynamic route. Okay, so over here I will add record ID maybe. Okay, so we'll say record ID only, and inside this we'll move this page.tsx, and then we can get constant record ID is equal to use params, and I will just print this out record ID so that you can see that particular record. Now one more important thing, once it is the execution is successful, we want to navigate it. So simply define a router from the next/navigation, and then we'll set the router dot push slash AI tools slash AI resume analyzer slash and the ID, which is the record ID. And also make sure to set open resume dialog to false, so it will close our dialog as well. I think that's all we need to do. Let's save it and let's test this out. So we'll upload the file, then we'll start the execution. In meantime, so simply we'll go to this analyze now, upload the PDF file and simply click upload and analyze. Over here, if you see, currently it's running and you can follow each step, but in meantime we'll check whether it's redirecting or not, and boom, if you see, it's redirecting to that particular page, but it's failing. That's because we use the hook, right? And for if you are using the hook, we have to make sure the page is on the client side. So let's save this one, and now if I go over here, you will see the new page, which is AI resume analyzer, and we also have this particular ID, okay, the record ID which we are just printing. Now with the help of this record ID, we have to fetch the record from the database, which is this one, and obviously we have the content which contain all our JSON report, and then we wanted to show it. Also on the right hand side, we want to show a resume preview, and on the left hand side we are showing the report information. Now once you save the content of the AI LLM response regarding the resume analyzer, we also need to save the uploaded PDF file URL. Right now we are not saving that one, and that's the reason this quick fix we are doing in order to save the PDF URL. So for that one, simply go to the ingest function, and inside this ingest function, when you are inserting the data into the history table, you also need to save PDF URL, and that's why we are calling it as a metadata field. And inside that we'll say upload. Okay, so we need to, so this need to be upload file URL, and this upload file URL we need to save it. Okay, now make sure inside the schema you'll add this field called metadata, and right now I will put a type as a varchar. So whatever the extra data you want to save, you can save it to the metadata. Okay, and once you say updated this to schema, make sure to push these changes to the database. So make sure to run this drizzle-kit push command, and then simply run the studio again, verify that new field get added, okay, called metadata, so that from next time you can able to save the uploaded file URL as well. Now it's time to display the PDF or resume preview on the right side, and then analyzer report on the left side. As you know that this is how we wanted to show, where on the left we are going to add this, and I'm going to tell you how can we get the code from this UI UX mockup. But before that, let's fetch the information related to our history. Means, for example, if I go to this database, depends on this record ID, we need to fetch this information so that we can display it, right? So let's go back to this AI resume page. So inside this record ID we have the page.tsx, we already have the record ID. So here I will call a method called constant get resume analyzer record, and then arrow function. Now if you remember, inside the chart ID we are also fetching the same thing. Okay, so if I go top, if you see we are using this axios get, and we are calling this history, and to this history we are passing the record ID. Same way we are going to do it. So I will copy everything as it is, we will paste it here. I will make this as async. I will remove this for now, and make sure to import the axios, and over here I will pass it as a record ID. That's all. Now inside the result.data we'll get the data, and this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. So whenever we have the record ID, we're gonna call this. method. Okay, so you can just mention record id and end and then save it. Now just verify first. So I will go to the inspect panel. Under the console we'll see whether we got the data, and if you see, we have the AI agent type, the metadata, and all the information inside the content. We have all the report. Now let's save the PDF URL. So here we'll say PDF URL comma set PDF URL is equal to use state, and we'll set the PDF URL. We'll say result dot data dot metadata. Okay, so inside the metadata we have this. So make sure the D is capital and save it. And for the content, okay, the report, so that one also we are going to save. So we'll say AI report comma set AI report is equal to use state, and we'll say set AI report, we'll say result dot data dot content. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now we need to divide the screen into two sections. So if you see this mockup, we have dividing these two sections. So I will just add a class name. We'll make it grid, and we'll make grid column. Maybe we'll say 5. Okay. Now out of 5 column, we'll assign 2 column to the report. So here we'll say column span 2 and 3 column to the resume preview. So here we'll add class name column span 3. Okay. Obviously this is applicable only when the screen is larger. For the medium screen, or by default we'll show grid column 1 only, and then save it. Now if I go back, obviously we don't have anything, so over here we'll say report, and here we'll say resume preview, and then save it. Right now this is smaller screen, but if I increase it, you will see this section. Perfect. Now in order to display the resume preview, right, it is quite easy, and I am going to tell you the easiest way to do it without any third-party library. So for that one we are going to use an iframe. Inside the iframe, let's add a source, and the source is nothing but the PDF URL. Okay. Now if you want to give title, you can provide a title. Here we're gonna give a width, let's say 800, and let's provide a height, let's say 1200. Then for a style, we'll just add a border none, and then save it. If I go back, and boom, if you see, the resume is displaying on the screen. How cool, right? But the problem is we don't want these pages. Okay, we just want the PDF to be displayed, and we don't want this top toolbar as well to draw anything on this one. See, okay, so to implement this, you can add some extra value to this particular URL. So here we'll say hash toolbar. Okay, so this need to be a string. Hash toolbar is equal to 0. It means we don't want to show toolbar, and now pants is equal to 0, and scroll bar is equal to 0, and boom, now you will see just the PDF file. Cool, right? Also, if you can make this little smaller, so instead of this width and height, you can also provide a class name. We'll say minimum width of, let's say, large, for example, and here then we'll give the width to 100%. I think this is pretty good. Say, and depends on screen size, it automatically stretch as well. Now at the top, make sure you'll mention that this is a resume preview. So over here we'll say resume preview. I will add a class name. We'll say font bold, text is of 2XL, and margin bottom to 5. Perfect. Okay, and now for the report, it's quite easy, because with the help of this UI UX mockup, you can generate it with the help of AI, and simply if you open or click on this tab called export HTML code. It will download an index.html file. Cool, right? Now from it you can obviously go to the view page source, or you can directly open this HTML file in any editor and simply copy the content which you need it. So obviously this is the main content area with a section setting, tips and all. I'm going to copy everything as it is. So we'll copy this until this point. Now in order to verify whether it's working or not, you can go to this play.tailwindcss.com to verify how it looks, and boom, if you see, we have all the details with the all information as well, and we can get it with the help of this UIUXmock.com. okay, so like right now I will just copy that and we'll create a component folder, and inside this we'll create report.tsx, add a default template and then simply paste your code. I will remove this first div. Also make sure to remove all the comments and make sure to wrap in one div. As from the UIUXmock.com, it will download you the HTML file only, okay, but it has a Tailwind CSS which is quite good. So I will remove all of these things. So make sure to remove this comment from everywhere, and once you remove, the most important thing right now, it comes with a class, so you have to find it and then replace it with a class name. So there are 74 places. I am going to replace everywhere, and then save it. And right now if you see, we don't have any error. If you have any small error, just fix it. For example, for the image we get some error and something like this. Once it is ready, simply go to your page, and inside this div I will add this report component. So make sure it is importing from the report component, and once you save, let's refresh it, and boom, right now it's displaying. Okay, so it's displaying on the right hand side as well, but I think we are good. So it's just replicating sometimes, and on the left hand side you will see a proper value. Just make sure when you are rendering this div, right, it's rendering correctly and it's not rendering duplicate time, so that things you have to fix it. Now as you know that we already have the AI reports, only thing that we need to pass that to the report, and then depends on the section we have to display the value. Now simply pass this AI report information. So here we say AI report, and then we are already saving that in a state called AI report, so we'll use that. Go to the report, and here I will add this AI report. Now from that, if I save both this file, and also make sure inside the console you can check every time. So go to the console, and we'll see the object, and inside the content you will see the field called overall score. Now this overall score we need to show in place of this one, okay. Also I'm going to change the background, and if you remember, we gave this welcome banner background, right? Similar background I'm going to add. So I will copy this, then to the report where we have this background white, right? So instead of this, let's add this gradient color. Let's refresh this page, and this is how it will look like. And then we're gonna change some color combination as well. So over here we'll give text white. Let's save it. Then for this one we also add white only. And for the progress bar, because we want to change this progress bar, so over here we'll add a progress bar in white color, and this text also just make it, let's make it 200, create 200, perfect. Okay, so this is how it will look like. After this, just replace this value, and that's why you have to check the field, which field you are referring to. So I will open this object, and inside the content we have this overall score. So simply we will say AI report dot overall score, and then you will see this score. Okay, now in the same way you have to replace all of this value. Okay, so I will just pause the video and I will replace it one by one. Okay, and here I updated the all these variables with the actual value. Okay, and right now this is how it look like. Say right now the overall score showing 65, and for the contact info experience, as this comes under 80%, that's why it's showing in yellow, and those who is below 50, then it will show in the red format. Okay, also we have the tips to improvements, what is good inside this resume, and what is the improvement tips that also provided with the help of our AI resume analyzer agent. Okay, also next step is on the click of this reanalyze, we want to open the dialog, and then it will follow the same step. It's very easy and straightforward as well. So for that one, I am going to add an AI resume, the resume upload dialog, and over here we need to provide the open resume upload and then set open resume dialog. So both these field we need to provide similar the way we implement initially. So basically I am going to pass same thing, and over here we are going to set the state as well. Okay, so with this we are going to set, so at the top we will define a constant open resume upload set open resume dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now when user click on reanalyze, so over here we don't need this class name, so I will remove it, and then we'll say on click set open resume analyzer to true. Sorry, not like this. So set open resume dialog to true, and make sure we already have the false as well. Perfect. Now if I go back and click on this one, you will see you have option to enable. Now once you upload and once AI LLM model is successfully returned the report, it will automatically redirect you to this particular or obviously the new record ID, and all the information will get saved to our database, and that's how you will get the proper AI based AI resume analyzing report for your uploaded resume. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to generate an roadmap generator agent, where on the click of this generate now, we are going to open a dialog where you can enter, or user can enter the position or the skills on which he want to learn, for example the full stack React developer or full stack backend developer, and depends on that one it will generate the detailed roadmap, this tree like structure. With the help of React flow we are going to implement this tree like structure, and in which it will show the complete step by step roadmap for your skills and position. Okay, and it's very straightforward. On the left hand side we are going to show some basic information, and obviously from here user can again create a new roadmap as well. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab for now, and then inside this AI tools I am going to create a new tool called AI roadmap agent. Inside this we'll create a dynamic route. So here we'll say again record ID. So this need to be a folder, so make sure, or we can say roadmap ID. So we'll say roadmap ID, and then inside this we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and I will rename this to roadmap generator agent and then save it. Now I will go to the routes only, but inside this dashboard where we have the AI tools, and inside the AI tools when user click on this career roadmap generator it will navigate to this path. So it will be AI tools / AI roadmap agent and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and on the click of generate now, currently it will go to that particular route, right? But we have to make sure, depends on the click on this route, it will open the dialog for us. So over here, so maybe you can go to this AI tool card, that's where we have this on click button, right? So I will write if tool.name is equal to, you can give the tool name which matches, or maybe you can add a path name, it's up to you. Okay, so as we are previously using a tool name, so here as well I am going to use a tool name only. We'll call it as a career roadmap, but it's always good to use path. So let's try path only and I will add this path. Okay, so I think I could copy incorrectly, so just copy that and paste it here, and if path is matches with this one, it will open a dialog. So we'll write a new state in order to open that dialog. So we'll say open roadmap dialog comma set open roadmap dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now simply we'll say set roadmap dialog to true when this tool when user click on that particular tool. Now obviously we need to create an component for it, so we'll add a new file and we'll call it as a roadmap generator dialog dot tsx. We'll add a default template and then save it. Now inside this, similar like the resume generator dialog, we have to add a dialog component. So as we already installed, so I will just copy this import statement, then we also copy this example and save it. Now we want to open this dialog on the click, right? So here we'll add open field, and from this AI tool card I will import this roadmap generator dialog. To this roadmap generator dialog we need to accept two important parameter. One, open dialog comma set open dialog. Okay, you can rename anything, doesn't matter. On open we'll say open dialog. For now I will provide a type any, and then set, or we'll say set open change, or I forgot the field name, so on open change, so it's called on open change, and then we need to call set open dialog, so it will close it. Okay, now we'll go back to this AI tool card and make sure to pass open dialog as open roadmap dialog, and then set open dialog is equal to set open, or we can just add like this, set open roadmap dialog to false, and then save it. Let's test this out quickly. So I will refresh the screen once, make sure all the updates are builded, and if I click on this generate now button, boom, it will open the dialog for us. Perfect. If I close it, it will get closed. Now on this dialog I will just rename this to some dialog title. So here we'll say add, I will say enter position / skill to generate roadmap, and inside the description I will add a div, and inside that we need to add an input field. To this input field we'll add a placeholder. We'll say example as full stack developer. Then I will save it. Now inside the content we add a dialog footer. Inside the dialog footer we'll add a two button, one for cancel and another button for generate. Now to this generate button I am going to add a sparkle icon and then save it. Now if I open this, you will see this beautiful dialog with the option to enter the input as well. Over here I will add a class name, we'll give margin top to 2. Here mark it as add child, so you will not get the hydration error, and I think that's pretty good. Perfect. Now next thing, once user enter, right, we want to, on the click of generate, we want to generate the roadmap. Also for this button I will add a variant as outline. Perfect. Now obviously we need to create an agent and endpoints in order to call it. So let me close all of this tab. Let's go to the ingest function, and inside this ingest function, similar like this AI resume agent, we are going to create a new function called, or before that we'll create an agent actually. Okay, so here we have the resume analyzer agent, then we have the AI career charge agent. So here we'll create export constant AI roadmap generator agent is equal to create agent. Inside that give the agent name, so I will say AI roadmap generator agent. Then the description, generate detail tree like flow roadmap. And then inside the system, that is very important because this is our prompt. Okay, also we'll paste the same model as it is and then save it. So inside this eraser doc I already added the prompt for it. Okay, right now you don't need to understand this prompt because once we added and learn how to add the React flow library, then you will get to know. Okay, so what it will do, it will just have some instruction, okay, and it will generate a node and edge. Okay, and inside this, if you see, this is the format in which we want it. Okay, obviously this is a JSON format, and to this we are going to provide the user input. So I will remove it from now for here, and then this is how it will look like. Right now we will just use this prompt and I will just import it. So I already copy here and will paste it. Okay, and obviously this particular agent will use this prompt to generate a detailed output from the AI LLM model. Now once you created this agent, we'll create a function. We'll say export constant AI roadmap agent is equal to ingest dot create function, and inside that we'll provide an ID. We'll say roadmap agent. I will just make sure the start with an AI roadmap agent. Then we'll give the event name AI roadmap agent, and then we'll say async so here you don't need to add this circular braces. Perfect. Now inside the async, similar like this one, you need to provide a pass this event and step. So over here we'll say event comma step. I think that is inside this curly braces, and then first we'll generate an AI. Obviously we are gonna generate the response from the AI model, but for that one obviously we need some information. So we'll get the roadmap ID, then we want a user input, and then user email as well. I think that's all for we need for now, and here we'll say await event dot data. Perfect. Okay, so I will just verify everything, it's perfect. Then once we have, we just need to call constant roadmap result is equal to await AI roadmap generator agent dot run, and inside that you need to pass an user input. Now obviously here we'll say user input, and then I will add this, something like this. Okay, once we have the roadmap result, obviously we'll see the result actually inside the ingest, and then we want to save to DB. But first we'll try to generate it. Now once your ingest function is ready, go to the API. Under the ingest route, make sure to add this agent. So here we'll say AI roadmap agent and then save it. Obviously this is very important in order to work. Over here I will close this. This is just a prompt. Now go to this API. We'll create a new API endpoint called AI roadmap agent. Then inside this we'll add a route.jsx file. We'll say export async function. This will be post request. Inside this we'll get two important parameter. We'll say roadmap ID comma user input is equal to await request dot JSON. Once we have this, obviously we need to call. So you can take any reference. Okay, so for example, if I go to the AI resume agent, or maybe go to this chart agent, that will straightforward. We need to make sure to call this ingest send. Then we'll get the run ID, and then we have to check that. So I will copy everything as it is, and then we'll modify later on. Okay, so first, so I just realized that we gave this name to JSX, so make sure it's a TSX. And for the request, I will say next request. Make sure to import the ingest as well. Then over here you need to give the same name of this event or ID, or maybe event name, which is AI roadmap agent. Now we need to pass user input. Along with that one, we want to pass roadmap ID as roadmap ID, and the user email as user. I think we don't have user information, so get the user information using await current user from the Next.js server, and here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Now once you have the name, once you have the data that you are going to pass to this ingest function, then you will get the run ID, and obviously we're going to check the status. If it is completed or cancelled, then it will break and come out through this while loop. This is called a polling. Okay, so here I will just use it as a use polling to check run status. Then make sure to import this Next.json response and Axios as well, and then save everything, and that's how our API endpoint is ready. Now let's go back to our routes. Under the dashboard component, where we have this roadmap generator dialog, over here we'll create a method called constant generate roadmap, and this particular method we gonna call when user click on the generate button. Now over here we'll say try catch block with the exception E. We'll console.log with an error. Then inside the try block we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post, then give the API endpoint, which is /API/AI roadmap agent, and inside the body we need to pass some value. Okay, so first is the record ID. So I will generate the record ID using constant. Here we'll say it's called roadmap ID as well. Okay, so roadmap ID is equal to I think UUID4, it's called V4, I think, yeah, just V4, something like this. And then let's make this as async as well. Over here we'll say roadmap id is equal to colon roadmap id. I will just make sure the field that we are accepting is correct, and then the user input. Now obviously we are not saving the user input yet, so define a state called user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and when user enter the value, then only we have to make sure it will save. So to this input we'll say on change, and we'll set the user input. Now obviously this on change will emit the event, and from the event we'll say event dot target dot value. So make sure the user input is of type string, so it will save it as a string. Okay, now I will also add a loading effect. So we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When user enter the generate roadmap button, the loading will start, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Even though if you get any error, we'll set the loading as a false and then save it. Now for the console.log we'll say result.data. Perfect. I think that's all we needed. Now whenever there is a loading, right, we have to make sure the button is disabled. So we'll say disable when there is a loading, as well as when there is a no input data. So we'll say if user input is not there, still just disable this button and then save it. I think let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application, make sure ingest is running. Okay, so I will keep aside and I will just refresh the screen. Now click on generate now button. Here we'll say, for example, full stack developer, and if you say if there is empty, the button is disabled. If I click full stack developer, the button is enabled. Now before just clicking this generate button, whenever there is a loading, I want to show a loading indicator. So here we'll say a loader, otherwise we'll show this sparkle icon. Now to this one we'll add animate spin class and then save it. Now we'll go to the inspect panel, we'll check the console as well if you get any error, and now click generate, and if you see we have this beautiful loader. If I go to this ingest function, I don't see it's running. Okay, so there may be a different issue. Right now it's showing this AI roadmap agent API is executed, but our ingest is not running. So let's see the possible error. So sometimes go to this ingest, and if you see it's returning just an empty value. Okay, so after investigation I found that inside the function for this AI roadmap agent we forgot to add a return statement. So here it's very important to return the result from this roadmap result. Okay, and then save it. Now let's try this out. So we have this full stack developer, just click generate, and if you see it start generating, and here we have the running ingest function in which we have this roadmap generator is executing, and we'll wait to finish it, and boom, it's finished. And in which you will find that inside the output content we got the JSON data. Perfect. And obviously it is generated with the help of AI LLM model. Now once we have the data, similar like this AI resume agent, if you remember, right, we are converting into a JSON format. So maybe okay, so it is inside the function.ts, and if you see first we get this raw content, then we convert it, and then we pass it in order to return this response. So same way we are going to do. Obviously you don't need to return it in this case because we want to add a save database step function inside the ingest functions. Okay, so first we'll say raw content, which we can get it from the roadmap result. Then I will just make sure it is correct. I think that's correct. Then from the content we replace this JSON text. Okay, and then we parse it, and once we pass we can simply save it. So I will use this save db step run function because it's quite similar. So over here we have save db, I will set a roadmap ID. Then we have parse JSON, the agent type. You can add your own agent type. For example, here I will make sure so AI tools, from the AI tools, this needs to be path. So complete path I want to add as an agent type. You can even pass it through the body as well. Then created at user email and then the metadata URL. Right now we don't need to add a metadata URL. If you want to add, you can add as a user input. Okay, it's up to you. And then this saved that to database will return the parse JSON, because that's what at the end we want to verify it. Let's save it, and I will make sure everything is correct. I think that's good. Let's test this out again. So I will click generate it again. So it will now queued and now it's running. Okay, once it run, obviously it's supposed to save into our database as well. So still currently it's running. Once it run, you will see the new save to database function run. Then we have finalize. Over here you will see the output in the perfect JSON format along with the node position and all. Over here inside our database, if I refresh the screen, you will see this all brand new record. Over here you will find all the details saved as a content, the user detail, agent type, metadata, and all the details. Perfect. So that's how you need to generate the roadmap information. Now next, obviously we need to display that roadmap in a proper node edge like structure. That is very interesting part of this particular agent. That's what we are going to see in the next chapter. Once the roadmap is generated, we want to navigate to the new route which we created, and on this, on the left hand side, we want to show some basic information, and on the right hand side we want to show the node format structure with all the roadmap details. As you know that in the output, if you see, we have this roadmap title, description and duration to finish each of these tasks, and each node contain the type, okay, then the position and the data, whether it's a title along with the description and the link. And if you see, we have all the details. So let's go back and inside our application, when the roadmap generated successfully, we just want to navigate it. So over here we'll add a router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and then we want to simply redirect it to the /API/ and the endpoint. So from the AI tools, this is our endpoint, or not API, so this will be something like this only. Okay, and then the roadmap ID. So this will be the roadmap ID, and then save it. Obviously with the help of the roadmap ID, we need to fetch the details. So right now let's go to the AI tools. We have created this AI roadmap agent, and inside this, in order to get the roadmap ID, so if you see this roadmap ID, this particular name we need to mention in order to get the ID, and here we'll say use params. As we are using the React hook, make sure you update this to use client and then save it. Okay, let's save it. Obviously for testing purpose, we already have this roadmap, so we can use this one. And if I go to AI tools /AI roadmap agent, and then this ID, I believe this is the correct route, so we'll just verify. I think that's perfect. And if you see, it's showing the roadmap generated agent and this ID which we are going to use to fetch the details. So simply over here we'll say constant get roadmap details and the arrow function. Inside this, as you know that with the help of the history API endpoint, we are going to fetch. So I will copy this existing example. So over here, let's use async. Make sure to import this Axios, and instead of record ID, we are going to use this roadmap ID. Then this particular method we need to call inside the use effect whenever the roadmap ID is available. So here I will call get roadmap details and then save it. Now if I go back and go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see we got an object. Inside the content we have initial age, node and all of these details. Okay. Next let's save this in one state. So we'll say constant roadmap detail comma set road map detail is equal to use state, and over here we say roadmap details result dot data and save it. Now we need to divide the screen into two parts. So I will add a div, and here as well I will add a div. Obviously we'll add a grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is medium we'll add a grid column 3. Out of this grid column 3, over here in the when the screen size is medium, we'll assign grid column 2 to the roadmap, okay, and then save it. Now over here we'll see the details and then roadmap. Let me show you how it looks. See, perfect. We'll also give gap to 5 and then save it. Now inside the detail we'll add an h2 tag, and from the roadmap detail dot will show the title. So this is nothing but agent type. Okay, so inside the content we have the data. See, so we'll just fetch the content. So from the data we'll get the content, and from the content we have the roadmap title which we want to display. Here for this one I will put a type any, so you will not get any error. Otherwise you can define a specific type. Then class name will give font bold, text is of 2XL, and then save it. And boom, if you see we have this roadmap name. After this we want to show the description, so we'll say roadmap detail dot description. Obviously for this one I will add a class name, margin top to 3, and text is of gray color, let's say 400, and save it. Well, let's make it 500. Then you can even add a duration as well. Here if you write a description something like this, let's see how it looks. Maybe we can add, let's add br tag. I don't know whether it will work inside this. I think that's pretty good. And then I will put it in a strong tag, this particular text. Perfect. Then below that you can even show the description, the duration. So here we'll say duration to complete this. It depends, okay, this is just a random guess. So over here we'll say roadmap details dot duration, and then it will show the duration as well. Over here we'll add margin top to 5, and font, let's make it medium. Perfect. Over here I will add a blue color just to different, little bit different, okay, and then we want to add a button below that. So over here we'll add a button tag, and inside this we'll say create another roadmap, something like this. See, for this one I will add class name, margin top to 5. Let's try to give width full. Let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. And for this div I'm going to add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll make a rounded XL, we'll add a padding to 5, something like this, say. And on the right hand side, as you know that we wanted to show the roadmap. Now for that one I'm going to add React Flow. Now if you don't know what is React Flow is a node based UI component, okay, and if you see, this is how it looks. So you can create a component and connect to each other. So in this case, if you see, we have these two nodes, hello. Now each square called a node, and these nodes are connected with an edge. So this is the edge, okay, which is connected to between two nodes. Obviously you can play around it. There are different type of nodes. You can do some customization and lot of other things. It's very powerful and very easy to use as well. And in this tutorial and chapter, we are going to show you the basic steps to follow it. Simply go to the reactflow.dev, go to the quick start, and here this guy explained how to use it. But right now, in order to install this, you need to simply use this command npm install xyflow/react. We'll go to our project. Inside the new terminal, I will just paste this command, so it will install this React flow. Then in order to create your first flow, so if you see, this is the code where you need to define the initial node. Inside the initial node, you have to define the position, then what will be the data, which means the label, and obviously this is the xy position and the edge. So if you see, this edge is between 1 and 2, and that's why it's showing 1 and 2, and the source edge is the first node and the target is the second node, and this id and this particular source are connected to each other. And with the help of this React flow component, you can display it. Let me simply implement it. So in order to show the roadmap, I'm going to add a new okay, so inside this we'll create a new component folder, and inside this we'll add a roadmap canvas.tsx file. Let's add a default template and make sure to import this inside this div. So we'll say roadmap canvas. Now let's go to this roadmap canvas. Simply first thing, you have to add this React flow and the CSS. So we'll simply import that. Second, you have to add this initial node and initial edge. So we'll add it over here, and then simply add this div. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful node, which is one and the second node. Perfect, right? But that's look little weird. So you can add some customization as well. If you go to the documentation, you can add the interactivity as well. So if you want to interact with one another, you can add that. But right now we don't want to give option to interact with this node, because once the roadmap is generated, we are not allow user to connect this node one other, right? It doesn't make sense. But you can add some extra goodies, like you can add the mini map, you can add a controller, or you can even add a background. And let me show you how. Simply copy these three components. You have to add that inside the React flow like this. Make sure to import this all the components and then save it. So if you get in this error, so definitely I will use ts ignore and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this beautiful background as well. Okay, right now we give the width 100 width, so here I will give the 100%. Let's give 100% height as well, and obviously it looks so smaller, right? So maybe that's because if I go to the roadmap, we need to give width to be full. Let's see how it looks. So over here it need to be a column span 2, okay, not the grid column 2. And now if you see, it's perfectly look fine. Same thing, I will also add a height to full, okay, and here as well we'll say height to full. I don't know how much it full, but either you can say height to screen. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. See, now it's saying height to screen, but the problem is here it also extend everything, okay, and it doesn't add the header. So we can add a height, or maybe we can hide 80 vertical height. Let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty good. See, Now you can see all the details where you have these two nodes. On the right hand side you can see this check, you can even zoom this with this controller and all the details. Perfect. But adding this node is quite a simple one, right? It doesn't make sense even though you add some roadmap information in this particular nodes. So the question is, can we customize it? And yes, the answer is yes. So let's customize this node instead of just showing this square one. Now in order to add a customized node, we'll create a new component and I will call it as a turbo node, okay, .tsx file. Let's add a default template. To this one I am going to accept a data. You can add a type any for now. Then over here we'll add a div. Then the class name, here we'll make a rounded large div and we'll add a border to that node. We'll add a border gray, so let's say 300. Then we'll add a background yellow, so you can add yellow 100. You can even add shadow, and the width, maximum width, you can set it to width 64. Then inside this we'll add one more div where we can add a class name font bold, then text larger and text gray 800. Now in this one we are going to add a title, okay, because if you see this output, right, we are getting, so let me go over here inside the save to database. We have this title we wanted to show, so that's the reason I added this div. Then we'll add a p tag for the description, so here we'll say data dot description. For this one as well we'll add a class name, we'll say text smaller, text gray, let's say 600, margin top to 1, and we'll show maximum 2 lines, so we added line clamp to 2. Then we want to add an anchor tag. Instead of that we can use link tag, href, and we'll add data dot link. Inside this we'll just say learn more. For this link tag we'll add a class name, we'll say text blue 600, we'll add an underline, and then we'll make sure its text is smaller, margin top to 2, and then inline block, and then save it. Okay, you can even add a target in order to open a new window, so here you can add a target as a blank. If you want you can add a handle, okay, with a target, and so that is important, so we'll say handle from the explore react. Then the type we'll say target, and the position you have to mention, so we'll say position dot top. Okay, and I will tell you what is handle. Handle is nothing but when you want to connect the two nodes together, that time you have to provide, so this is important. And here we'll add position dot bottom and save it, and that's how our custom node is ready. Now this custom node, in order to use it, let's go back to this roadmap canvas, and over here at the top I will just mention constant node types is equal to turbo, you can give any name, okay, and here we'll say turbo node, make sure to import that. Okay, as we are using this turbo because in the output if you see we are getting the type as a turbo, because that's what the in the schema I mentioned it. Okay, so that's why I gave the type name as a turbo. Once you mention that, you have to provide a node type to this React flow. So over here we have to provide one node property called node types. Here you can provide a custom node called node type, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, the node type will look like this, see, where you can even click this one. But let's use our own data instead of this initial node and age. Okay, so what we can do, go to this page.jsx, and to this roadmap canvas we'll pass initial nodes as, and then we also pass initial ages. Now to this initial node you can get it from the roadmap detail dot, and let me show you the field name. So field name is initial nodes only, so we'll say initial nodes. And for the age, we have initial age field. So let's go to the roadmap canvas. Here you need to accept as initial node and initial age. Now over here you don't need to mention this and then save it. Okay, if I go back to our application, boom, if you see, we have this beautiful structure. Obviously there are a lot of things happening inside this roadmap, and maybe we can structure more properly. For this node, if I go to this turbo node, let's add some padding. So we'll add padding to 5. Okay, now much better. See, now over here, if you think that the node size is very smaller and everything, you can update that too. Now over here you can add a prompt and you can update the prompt so that you can tell to our AI agent that make some space, give the position little bit larger between the two nodes and all. And here I created a new roadmap, and if you see, now this is much more clear and everything. Also for each of them, if you see, we have the title, description and source. If I click on it, you will jump onto this specific source as well with this roadmap. And anytime this roadmap you can access from this history tab, so it will not go away. Now the next part is, on the click of this create another roadmap, we have to make sure we will open the same dialog in order to create a new roadmap. So for that one, I will go to the page.jsx, and inside this we need to add a roadmap generator dialog. Now this dialog we want to open on this click. So in the same way, if I go to this AI tool card, I will import this state in order to open. Obviously this is a boolean format. Okay, and from here I will also copy this same example. Now this is the button, so we'll say on click simply set open roadmap to true and then save it. Now if I click on this button, let me refresh the screen once, it will open the dialog where you can create, and then once it generates, it will go to that specific route. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you need to generate the roadmap with the help of LLM model, and this agent will quite helpful to make sure you will be on the same learning path. Now it's time to display the history. Whenever you use any AI agent, we already saving all the information so that you can go back and check anytime, and that's what we are going to show under the history. So simply go to the page.dsx where we have this history component, and inside that we'll create a new method called constant get history and the arrow function. Inside here we want to fetch all the history related to that particular user only. Now for that one, we'll go to this history API endpoint, and then under the get request, so we have this get request, we'll check if record ID is 0, then we're gonna use, so here we'll say else, or maybe we can say if record ID is equal to 0, right, then we will fetch all the, or maybe instead of record ID 0, okay, let's not pass any record ID. It means under the else we can fetch all the details. So I will copy this and then simply instead of inside this where clause, we are not going to pass a record ID. Instead of that one, we are going to pass a user email. So over here, if you don't have user email, we'll get the user email using this user is equal to await current user. Okay, because this current user we are already importing inside the Next.js, and then here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Right now I will just add @ts ignore. Oops, sorry. Maybe it's checking if user is already there or not, so maybe we can add if user. Let's see. I don't think so, that is still working. Okay, let's keep this as it is for now, and then inside the return we'll return all the result, not the first element only. Okay, and then save it. Now next, inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash history, and that's all. Here I will mark this as a async, and then inside the console.log we'll say result.data. Then this get history we want to call inside the use effect, like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, inside the console I will refresh the screen and we'll check whether we are getting the. Okay, so I don't think so we are getting. So okay, so currently it's look like a pending state, and now if you see we got the data. Perfect. Okay, now once we have this, we want to show it on the screen. So simply over here we'll add a question mark now, because if the length is not equal to 0, we'll show the list, and inside this we'll add. Okay, we want to save this history, so we'll simply set the user history with the result dot data. Okay, so that we can map this with a history comma index and then arrow function. We'll add a div, then over here first we'll add an h2 tag, and we want to show the maybe we can show the content. I don't know what we can show over here. Maybe we can show the name of the agent which he used. So over here we have history dot AI agent type, and index is of type number. Over here we'll add a class of key as an index. Let's save it and let's see. So let's refresh the screen, and if you see, it's showing this all the agent type. Now depends on the agent. So if you remember, inside the AI tools we have this agent, right? Make sure to export this one, and then we can simply find it, and then you can show the name. Okay, so what we can do, we can create a new method called constant get agent name, and here we'll say the path. It will fetch the path. Then we'll say constant agent is equal to AI tool list. So here we'll say AI tool list dot find, and then we'll say item, where item dot path matches with the path, and inside the return we can simply return the agent. Okay, now inside the get agent name we can return something like this dot name, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see we got the agent name. Perfect. Now obviously when we fetch the data, we'll order it by descending order, so the latest one will come first. So inside the API, so go to the history API, simply we'll do order by descending, and the column is history table dot id. Okay, so if I refresh now, you will see the career roadmap will come first. See, next we want to align is proper way. So I also going to show an image inside this. Make sure image is imported, then the source. Again, I will use the same, and instead of name I will use the icon. Alt tag, I will add image only for now, and inside the width will give 40, height to 40. Perfect. See, the 40 is too much, let's make it 20 and 20. Then for this div we'll add a flex gap to 5. See, okay. And on the right hand side you can add a date. So let me wrap this in a div first, and then here we can simply add a date. So we'll add a h2 tag, as we are already getting the date which is created at. So here we'll say get agent name, history.agent type, and then dot. Oh, that's where here we don't need to pass this anything, so just we can get it from the history dot created at. Perfect. And obviously we want this on the right hand side, so we'll make it flex. Oh sorry, over here we'll add a flex justify between item to be in the center. Perfect. Obviously we want to add some gap, so here we'll give a margin or maybe space y to, let's say, 3. Let's give 6. Perfect. And we'll add a border, we'll add a padding to 3 and make rounded large. So over here we'll add a margin y to 3, better. Perfect. And that's where our history is showing on the screen. Okay, here you can obviously see all the details, and on the click of it, it will open in a new tab. So basically I will wrap this in a link from the next/link. Okay, and obviously for this link we need to provide h reference, which you can get it from the history dot AI agent type, because that's how we are saving the path, right? And so let's save this one, and we also want to attach the ID. So if I go to the network tab, inside the console, here we have this record ID that also we need to attach after this AI agent type. So basically we'll say history dot record ID. Now if I click any of these, see, it will navigate to that roadmap generator. So if you see right now, I think we also need to add slash. Okay, so it will go to the specific path. Now if I open any of these, see, it opened that particular route. If I open this resume analyzer, so see, it will jump to this resume analyzer. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to make sure you will show this history. Now when you load very first time, you will see this loader, it's not showing any loading, right? So for that one, in order to maintain, you can add a loading state, comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially you can mark this as a false. When you're getting the history, set the loading as a true, and once it finished, we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, so here we can add a condition if not loading, okay, and over here we can add a condition if loading, then we'll add a div. Basically we can map this div dot, or maybe inside that we can map it, that will be better, dot map. Here we'll say item comma index in a curly braces, and the arrow function inside that will add a div and then you can add the skeleton as well. So you can easily add a skeleton component. So I will go to the shared CN, just search for the skeleton, and in order to use it, just first import this, then in order to use, just use this component. So make sure you will import this skeleton. Here we make rounded MD only, height to 20. I will add a key as an index, save it, and if I go over here, if I refresh it, see you got this skeleton, but it's quite small. So I will give the width to full, height to 50, and margin top to let's say 4. Now you will see this change. See, perfect, right? And that's how it will look like. Now same history you can just import inside this my history, and let me show you how. So basically if I go create a new route called my history, so we'll create a my history. Inside this my history we'll add a page.tsx file, we'll add a default template. I will rename this to my history, and then over here we'll add history tab from the dashboard and then save it. Now you don't need to add anything. I will just make sure the route is correct. So make sure inside your, okay, so that's correct. And if you see, we got the previous history as well inside the my history tab. Same thing you can do for the AI tools. You already have this AI tool, just use that inside this AI tool route. So over here inside the route we'll create, okay, we already have the AI tools, maybe inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template. Here we'll say AI tools, and inside this we'll add AI tools component. So I think we need to rename this because we already have the component name called AI tools. That's pretty weird. So I will rename this to AI tools list, and obviously we need to update everywhere, so it will automatically update. Now over here we'll say AI tool list. So maybe we can import it again, but you have to make sure here as well you will update it so that you can easily import that. If it's not importing, make sure import manually. So here we'll AI tool list, it's a tools list from dashboard / component / AI tool list, and save it. Now once you import, if I go to this AI tools, you will see your AI tools as well. Obviously you can add a h2 tag saying AI career chat agents. Over here we'll add a font bold, text is of 2XL, and save it. You can add a welcome banner. Let's see how it looks, but it will be look like similar. So if I add a welcome banner, this is how it will look like. I think let's keep it. We'll add a margin top to 5, and then we have this AI workspace, then we have AI tools, then we have the now my history, And then we also have the billing section ready, because if you remember, we already have the billing section. Now only thing that we need to restrict user from creating any new tools, because for a free tier we are not allowing user create as many as requests they want. We limit that, and that's what we are going to see next. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud in the production. And if you see, I also updated our default boilerplate landing screen with this text. Also I updated these features. Okay, so you can just go ahead and update it. If you want to access the complete project source code, you can simply go to the tubegurji.com, where you can access to all of my exclusive courses and the source code. Now let's move back, and first thing that we are going to do is to push this complete code on a GitHub, and then we are going to connect GitHub to the Vercel, so that whenever you make some update to your application and push it to the GitHub, it will automatically trigger the deployment for you. So let's go to the GitHub. I will just sign in here. Once you sign in, just click on new repo and we'll give the name. So we'll say career, AI career coach agent. Then you can make this public or private and simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, make sure to set the origin. So we'll set the remote origin. I will close this all of this tab for now, and then we'll initialize the Git. Then we'll set the remote origin. Then we'll stage all the files and simply commit the changes. So you can give any message which you want. I will say initial commit and simply push it. Now if you are pushing very first time, you have to push with a different command. Okay, so here if you remember, we actually clone from the repo. Okay, so we have to remove that origin first. So simply run this command git remote remove origin, and then let's add this origin. Then we'll add the file, we'll commit the changes, and then we'll push the changes. As if we are pushing very first time, we'll push with this command, and now if you see, it's pushed successfully. If I refresh the screen, you will see just now we pushed these changes. Now head to the Vercel project. Okay, if you don't have an account with the Vercel, just create a new account. It's free to use. Then click on add new project. Make sure to connect your GitHub account to this Vercel, and then you will see your project as we pushed just now. Click import. Once you import, it automatically detect the framework for us, so you don't need to make any changes. But under this environment variable, you need to add some variables, environment variables, which we have inside this .env file. So we'll copy everything as it is and simply we'll paste it here. See, perfect. Obviously here we need to change this server host later on. For now we'll keep as it is and simply click deploy. Now once you click deploy, it will start building your project. It will install all the dependency, and then it will deploy your application on the cloud. So if you see, it's still working on the build log. Okay, so we'll wait to finish this, and if you see, our application is ready and deployed successfully. If you face any error while deploying your application, make sure to check the logs and then solve the issue. Now over here, if you see, our application is ready. If I try to sign in, we have this beautiful pop-up where I can sign in with my account, and then once it sign in, it will redirect it to the dashboard screen. Obviously over here, if you see, we have this dashboard screen with all the details. Perfect. But the thing is, as you know that we use the ingest, and for the ingest we also need to connect our application to the ingest. So simply go to the inngest.com, and here make sure to create a new account. Click the link in the description, so you will jump onto the specific URL. Then once you sign into your account, you need to connect your application to the ingest. If you see, I already have many projects connected to the ingest. On this one, you can see the complete matrix, how many runs, and all the details for each of the application as well. Cool, right? Now, if you see, we have this integration section. Click on it. Once you click, you will see this Vercel. Click manage, and then make sure to connect your Vercel to the ingest. Okay, then here you will find your project name. So in our case is AI career coach agent. Click configure, and here for the project status, make it enable. Now this is the path information that you need to provide a complete path to your ingest. So in order to add it, I will simply go to this URL, then we'll paste this URL at the top, and this will be our ingest API endpoint. Okay, so make sure to add that. Then simply save the configuration, and once you save the configuration, go to the Vercel. So we'll go to the Vercel project, then go to the setting, and inside this you have option called deployment protection. For now just disable this so that it will connect your Vercel to the ingest. Also, as we need to make sure to pass this production URL for the event. Right now we use the local, right? If you remember, let me show you inside this .env file. Oh, sorry. So if I go to this .env, over here we added this ingest signing key and server host key, right? So we have to replace with an actual value. So this is the URL that we need to add. So we'll go to the Vercel again, and then under the environment variables, just search for the ingest server host. See this one. We'll click edit, and then we'll replace with this particular URL, and then save it. Now for the sign-in key, you can even go to this ingest, and here you will find an apps. Click on sync new app, and here you need to provide your app URL. So in our case, the app URL is this one. So I will just copy that, and then I will paste it here. Obviously we don't need this dashboard, so I will remove that, and this will be the URL. Now copy this sign-in key, because this sign-in key we need to add to this sign-in key. Right now we added this local, but you have to add the production sign-in key and then save it. When you connect Vercel with the ingest, you will see these two new environment variable get also added, right? So that's why it's showing under this environment list, and then simply click sync app. If it is not working, then make sure you have to redeploy your application whenever you change the environment variables. So over here I will say redeploy and click redeploy. Now it will start deploying your application again, and once it is deployed, see it's ready, and our application also gets synced. See AI career coach agent, it's synced completely. Now if I go to this app, you will see this AI career coach agent is now synced, and now you can start the production ready application, and then you can share with your friends and family. How cool, right? Here you can see the billing section. Currently obviously this is active for my email, but you can explore all the tools that we implemented in the development section, which work perfectly fine in the production. So guys, that's all for this particular course. I hope you enjoyed this complete course video. If you really like this video, press like button. If you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, and don't forget to press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. Now there are a lot of AI based SaaS application project. I'm going to bring it in front of you, so please follow it. Comment whatever question you have. You can follow me on Discord. You can also follow on our WhatsApp channel to get an update.